And Mayor of Jacksonville, Dr. Johnny L. Smith.
He ain't starting at 6:30.
And a very special welcome back to all Jacksonville High School alumni. Thank you, Jacksonville High School PTO, for hosting the homecoming float contest and the generous businesses who sponsored each grade level. Your sponsors this year.
Ten, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
And we welcome you to newly renovated Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville on the campus of Jacksonville High School as another rivalry matchup awaits us here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented to you this week by our friends at Southeastern Utility Services, and our countdown to kickoff brought to you by SNH Waterproofing and Construction, with superior solutions in foundation repair, encapsulation, mold removal, waterproofing, and more. A couple of longtime rivals here in Calhoun County go at it as Jacksonville and Anniston both come in at 2-1, facing a critical region matchup that could possibly determine which one of these teams could get a home playoff spot later on in the regular season and in the postseason. We welcome you in once again to the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. James Hardy with you, Coach Eddie Bullock alongside me as always, and the rest of our FNN crew. And Coach Eddie, always an exciting week when it comes to a rivalry matchup. And these two teams, especially for Anniston, as far as one of their highlights of the season last year, came in this rivalry matchup almost exactly a year ago.
Absolutely. They played a tough game, and I believe Jacksonville was leading until they got down to the end of the game, and Anniston was able to put together a couple of drives and pull the game out.
And obviously, Anniston, a new look as far as Cam Sandlin gone, Jalen Cunningham gone, a lot of their other key contributors, and Coach Rico White left for Huntsville for Mae Jemison after the conclusion of the 2022 season. But so far, through the first 3 games of the season, Coach Rico Jackson has done a really solid job with this 2023 squad. They're coming off of their best performance of the season in a region win at Munford last week.
Absolutely. They were able to put together a great win, put together some strings, and play some pretty solid football, and it's always good to win a region win.
And on the flip side for Jacksonville, they're also coming in with a 2-1 record. They're coming off, however, of a tough region loss against one of the top teams in Class 4A in Handley. In fact, that was a back-and-forth ball game between those two teams, Eddie, as Handley was able to pull it out in the fourth quarter, 32-24. But this Jacksonville team, one of the best squads, at least here in Jacksonville, that Clint Smith has had.
Absolutely, and like you said, they actually were leading Handley. Went up 24-20, late in the game, and they weren't able to sustain that lead. So that's sort of going to be the question with Anniston tonight, that if Jacksonville get ahead, because they done it against them last year, and they done it against Handley this year. So the question going to be whether or not they can, if they get ahead, if they can sustain a lead,
And obviously a lot to prove. This is homecoming, by the way, for Jacksonville, as the homecoming festivities underway for our pregame. But when you look at this game, a lot of impact players on both sides. First, for Jacksonville, obviously it starts with one of the best quarterbacks, Eddie, in Class 4A, and Jim Okel.
Absolutely. That's Coach O's son, and Coach O and I are good friends, and I can remember when he was younger and Coach O was kind of grooming him, I used to come up to Jacksonville and see him running around and throwing the football, and never thought he would be as big as he is and, have such a great arm as he does. But you can tell he's a coach's son.
And then on Anniston, you have another D1 commit, an SEC commit at Auburn as far as Jaden Lewis is concerned.
Well, you got Jay Money there, and he does a little bit of it all. He can play DB, he can return punch, return kicks, and he basically probably the best athlete they got on the squad. So he can do several different things.
And speaking of doing everything, that's exactly what another pair of Eagles, not too far away from here in Hoax Bluff, did against their longtime rival in Glencoe, as they led from wire to wire and dominated Glencoe in our FNN Game of the Week last week.
He's a member of the junior varsity and varsity football team.
Urge to go off of Cornejo's 8-yard gain as Cornejo up the middle. He'll have the first down and a lot more as he's deep into Piedmont territory and drags the tackler with him. Woods also in the game as Cornejo.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit Debit Card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get them, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Hi, welcome to Classic 13. How can I help you? I was thinking about getting a tattoo. Do I need to make an appointment? No, we take walk-ins every day. Let's find someone to help you. Follow me. Hey, if you'll have a seat right here. Thank you.
Come down to Classic 13, where good tattoos aren't cheap, and cheap tattoos ain't good.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
SNH Waterproofing and Construction brings you this week our FNN High School Football Game of the Week from Golden Eagle Stadium on the campus of Jacksonville High School, just a stone's throw away from Jacksonville State University. James Hardy with you as our countdown to kickoff also presented this week. Check that by SNH Waterproofing, Southeastern Utility, presenting our FNN Game of the Week. And we'll bring in Jim Jacobs because not only our game tonight, a big one, but a lot of teams looking to contend as far as their regions across the state of Alabama tonight.
Tonight, Kiera is being escorted
and first off, we'll start off with Talladega at Munford, an important game for both teams, guys.
Absolutely. I think Talladega's winless at this point, and Munford need a win to get on track. And, I believe Munford may have a little bit too much experience for them. I think Munford will come out with the win tonight.
Yeah, I think the home field advantage, guys, very important for Munford. Talladega looking to stop a lengthy losing streak over about a year and a half now, and Munford a key game next week, so they need to win tonight, and with that, I'll take Munford.
Sophie is the daughter of Dee Lambat and granddaughter of Patricia Lambat.
I think we may be having some technical issues with Jim, so let's go ahead to the next game on our big one, and that's Plainview hosting Piedmont, and Piedmont desperate for a win as they've dropped their first two games of the season.
They're extremely desperate. They've had some tough losses this year. Play some tough teams, even from the Jamboree from playing Fife. So I think that they got to do something to come up with a win, and I think tonight may be the night that they go in and maybe squeak out a win at Plainview.
Boy, I tell you what, I said this on the coaches show earlier this week, Eddie. Piedmont needs something good to happen. I'm just not sure it's going to be tonight.
It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough, but I'm kind of leaning toward them. I think they're going to squeak it out.
This ought to be a fun game right here. B.B. Comer traveling over to Ranburne, where they, of course, throw down those bubbles from the student section, but they're going to need more than bubbles to take care of those Tigers, aren't they, Eddie?
I was about to say that, hey, the bubbles are fun, but, with B.B. Comer, I think once the game starts, I think the fun is going to leave for Ranburne.
Yeah, I got to go with the road team in this one. I think B.B. Comer is just the better team, and I think Ranburne will give them a good game, however.
And how about this one? A couple of teams that need some wins pretty bad. Lincoln at Alexandria tonight. Coach, if the ghost ever comes to work, it needs to be tonight.
Absolutely. They got a lot going on out there. I think Alexandria right now is in an identity crisis, and I think they got to try to find some type of identity, and I think tonight they'll put it together, and I think they'll come up with a win against Lincoln at home.
Yeah, I agree with you. Desperate times for both programs right now. Give me the home team, especially one of the toughest environments in the area.
Fun game here. Springville over at Southside Gadsden. Of course, Gadsden out Southside without Gage Naismith. James, Springville's had a pretty good season so far, knocked off Etowah to get things started. What do you think of this one?
I think this will be a competitive ball game. I'm interested to see for the second game how Southside responds without Gage Naismith, and I think they do have enough talent, though, at home to get by Springville.
I totally agree. I think Southside pull it out tonight.
Boy, this may be the biggest game in our area other than the one we're parked at right now, guys. Unbeaten Sylvania at unbeaten Ohatchee. Both of them are now top 10 teams, and I think the winner that comes out of this one tonight is in the driver's seat in that Class 3A Region 6.
Well, I agree. This is so tough to pick tonight, because Ohatchee, they on a drive, and they doing well, and, Sylvania's so good, but, hey, I don't know. I just got an itchy feeling Sylvania may sneak in there and upset Ohatchee at home.
I don't think you can call it an upset, Coach.
Well, you're right, but, Ohatchee's playing so well, and, Sylvania's good. They're really good, and, again, I'm going with Sylvania on the road.
I think there's something special about this Ohatchee team for Coach Chris Findlay, so I'm going to put myself out on a limb and pick Ohatchee at home tonight.
Well, I'm out on that limb with you. I like the Tribe to pull I do believe if Ohatchee wins, it's an upset tonight over Sylvania. All right, Boaz at Cleveland County. That's where we'll be next week for the game of the week between the Munford Lions and the Cleveland County Tigers. But tonight, Coach, the pirate ship comes into Heflin.
Well, I've been hearing through the grapevine that Cleveland County has gotten a lot better, and I really hadn't got an opportunity to see them, and I'm going to be honest with you, I hadn't researched them that much. I started to do it a little bit, this week, but I hadn't, and, I'm going to have to kind of follow y'all lead on this one. Unless I see different, I think Boaz may go in there and, possibly squeak one out.
Yeah, put me down for the pirate ship as well.
I think I'm going to go with Cleburne County tonight, already off to a solid start and a couple of good road wins this year as well.
Big game here tonight, guys. Pleasant Grove and Ramsey. Ramsey, of course, the defending state champs. Who do you like in this one, Coach?
Well, I know both of those guys. I know Coach Jackson at Ramsey, and then I know Coach Lanham at Pleasant Grove. And I think it's going to be tough, but I think Pleasant Grove may go in there and give them a few problems. I'm going to lean with the boys from Pleasant Grove.
I'm going to go Ramsey to take it at home.
Yeah, I like Ramsey as well, and I think it's time for us to pause now for the playing of our national anthem.
Plays our national anthem.
The Jacksonville High Marching Band with our national anthem as our countdown to kickoff continues as we take a look at some more of the big ones across the state and a big one up in center this evening between Cherokee County and Aniana.
Might have saved the best one for last, Coach.
Well, that's what you're talking about. Those I wouldn't quite say crosstown rivalries, but that's going to be a pretty good rivalry. But watching Cherokee County and seeing them on film, I think it's going to be tough for Aniana to go in there and take something from Cherokee County. So until I'm proven wrong, I'm going with Cherokee County.
I could see Aniana playing with them into the second half, but Cherokee County just physically in the home field advantage too much tonight.
Carnejo.
There you go, and I'm with you guys too. Until somebody beats them, I'm all the way with Jacob Kelly and the Cherokee County Warriors.
Let's take a look at our next big one as far as our second region week across the state of Alabama. I think actually it'd be our game this evening, or check that. We've already seen them.
We're going to our game.
There
we go.
Anniston and Jacksonville, one of our most exciting games of the season that we saw last year here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Anniston, an 11-1 2022 season that finished in the quarterfinals of the Class 4A playoffs. And then Jacksonville, really thanks to that come-from-behind win by Anniston, finished third in Class 4A Region 4, but had an 8-4 record and made the second round of the Class 4A playoffs. And really this year, Eddie, is one of those opportunities for Jacksonville, if they can get a win tonight, get one of those top 2 spots in the region, maybe to put themselves in position to go further in the postseason.
Well, that's what you're looking at. You don't want to look past anybody, but you're talking about the top 3 dogs in the region, which is, Handley, Anniston, and Jacksonville. And, I can tell you a old secret. I don't know how much y'all familiar with it, but anytime somebody schedule for homecoming, that means they think they can win. So
that's right. We'll see.
Well, I'm going to throw a stat here at both of you that I bet you neither one of you realize, because I know I didn't when I saw it. Do you know in the last 10 meetings between these two teams, Jacksonville has won 9 of them?
I did. And that streak ended, of course, last season at Lott Mosby Memorial Stadium. So both teams coming in at 2-1 on the season as we're getting closer to kickoff here from newly renovated Golden Eagle Stadium. Basically has the feel of a brand spanking new facility here in Jacksonville. The toss of the coin and the captain's meetings still to come as we'll take this time out here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week as SNH Waterproofing and Construction presents our countdown to kickoff.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a bill deal.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
SNH Waterproofing and Construction presents our countdown to kickoff and our FNN game of the week this evening by Southeastern Utility Services, LLC. Get a quote from them at 256-295-3945. James Hardy along with Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, and the rest of our FNN crew, as there you see just minutes away from getting things started here in Jacksonville at Golden Eagle Stadium, as this is a newly renovated facility with, in fact, a newly installed field turf placed on to the playing surface prior to the start of this 2023 season. This is the second home game for Jacksonville this year as they open up their home schedule 2 weeks ago with a 45-21 win over Alexandria. Last week for Jacksonville, it was a 32-24 loss in the region opener at Handley. And for the Anniston Bulldogs, a 47-14 win at home in their region opener against Munford. We're awaiting our toss of the coin, and already the captains for Anniston out on the field. It is Decorian Downey, Love Kirby, Jaden Lewis, and Colin Wansart, the quartet of captains for Anniston. And by the way, our friends at Sparkle Mart presenting our coin toss and captains meeting this evening, as they're located, by the way, at 4022 Bynum Leatherwood Road in Anniston. They carry regular, premium, diesel, and also have C-store restrooms and air pump as far as what they offer at Sparkle Mart. There you see the Anniston captains, and also looks as if the senior class, 12 seniors for Jacksonville. The captains, as here you see the four going out to midfield, led by Kedrick Fisher as well as quarterback Jim Ogle. And we'll send it down to the field for our toss of the coin is also Amori Young and one of the Ryan Mitchell, the linebacker, the other captains.
Number 4, Jim Ogle. Number 7, Kedrick Fisher. And number 58, Ryan
So we'll
Mitchell.
keep it up here as there you see the four captains for both of the teams this evening. Another rivalry matchup for us this week, as we had our first of a couple in a row of rivalry matchups last week between Glencoe and Hoax Bluff. And there you see your toss of the coin presented by Sparkle Mart. Of course, Anniston is the visiting team getting the call, but it was Jacksonville winning the toss, and they will elect to defer their option until the second half. So we'll see Fisher, Ogle, and the offense for the Golden Eagles take the field later on in the first quarter, as we'll see Gavin Doss, the first-year starter for Anniston, transfer from out of Sachs High School, as he was described in the preseason at the Calhoun County High School Football Media Days by first-year head coach Rico Jackson as very even-keeled, cerebral in nature at the quarterback spot. In my chat with Coach Rico Jackson, Gavin Doss, someone, Eddie, that's really getting settled in as far as just knowing the playbook for the Anniston Bulldogs on offense.
Well, that's big when you get a person transferring the senior year. You know, it's a little bit different in college, you know, because, you know, those guys are much more knowledgeable, much more, you know, in the film room and all. But, you know, it's a bigger adjustment coming from one high school to another your senior year. So it's going to be interesting to see how he develops throughout the year.
And, of course, we've already mentioned as far as just the overall talent on the Jacksonville side of the ball offensively. One of the top offenses in all of Class 4A is here comes the Jacksonville Golden Eagles making their way onto the playing surface here at Golden Eagle Stadium. Looking to bounce back after a tough region loss last week down in Roanoke, and also across the way at the far sideline, the Anniston Bulldogs make their way out onto Golden Eagle Stadium. So a big game for both of these teams. Also, let's take a look at some of our keys to victory for both of these teams. In fact, Eddie, just kind of give us maybe some of your keys as far as tonight's ball game for both teams.
Well, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you know, one of the biggest things is whoever controls the line of scrimmage. Someone has established, dominance at the line of scrimmage. And for Anniston, I think they're going to have to limit their penalties. They're going to have to make sure that, you can't make those costly penalties against Jacksonville. And, of course, to me, again, for Jacksonville we know they can throw the ball. But Anniston has a great secondary, so the key going to be is whether or not they can run the football. Jacksonville going to have to run the football against Anniston.
And also, obviously, when you talk about Fisher, Jim Ogle, and the rest of the Jacksonville offense for Anniston, you have to limit their explosive plays as far as Anniston's defense is concerned.
Absolutely, and as I said, we know Ogle can throw it, but he's going to have to be able to they're going to be able to run the football against Anniston.
Anniston in their road white tops along with we'll call it the red bottoms. Kind of that scarlet red, a deeper shade of red for Anniston. And for Jacksonville, they'll be in their navy blue tops and bottoms with the gold numbers and letters and the gold helmets. Southeastern Utility Services presents our FNN Game of the Week. MVP Wings presenting our kickoffs this evening as Jacksonville will kick things off first here this Friday evening. A happy Friday and a happy game day wherever you are watching us from here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. John Ducar set to return, and we'll have Jayden Dobbins and Jayden Lewis set to return for Anniston. Also, the first quarter presented by Dustin Merritt for Circuit Court Judge here in Calhoun County, as we're about ready to get this rivalry matchup underway in this little pooch kick, as it'll be fielded inside the 30 at about the 29-yard line by one of the Anniston upmen trying to go laterally toward the near side, and he'll be wrapped up and taken down as that's Ja'Cory Carr that took the return for the Anniston Bulldogs. So Anniston will get things started as we'll take our first look at the Congressman Mike Rogers starting lineup. Of course, Congressman Mike Rogers, you're at least Alabama's conservative Republican. Gavin Doss at quarterback, as we'll also see some of Quinn Sykes at the running back spot. And also, we'll see a little more this year as far as on offense of Jayden Lewis, as well as Jayden Dobbins and Decorian Downey and Love Kirby at those receiver spots.
Well, you try to keep your best 11 on the field, and those two guys are extremely explosive, so, you want to make sure they're on the field to try to make something happen.
It'll be Doss in the shotgun as he'll drop to throw. Pressure breaks down as Doss will take off and run, has some running room to the far side as he gets about 5, maybe 6 yards on first down on the scramble. So good, solid game for Anniston on first down to set up about a 2nd and 4.
Number 11.
So looking at the defense for Jacksonville, Zay Moore, the cornerback on the tackle. We'll also see Lewis Biddix as well as Ellis and Peeler along the front line, along the defensive front for the Golden Eagles. Luke Jackson, Charlie Wright, Will Greenwood, and Ryan Mitchell, the linebackers. 2nd down and about 4. And so this will be the carry for Spikes as he'll get minimal yardage, maybe 1, to set up our first 3rd down situation of the evening. Looking at the rest of the Anniston starting lineup offensively, you'll have Jamarco Randolph and Shavonte Bailey as the tackles. James Brown, a newcomer, the senior, as at left guard. Gregory Fegans at right guard, and Andrew Nelson, the junior, as the starting center. And, of course, our starters brought to you, as always, by Congressman Mike Rogers. 3rd down and 3, line to reach the 35 for the first down. As here's the jet sweep handoff, and good job of turning the corner that time for Caleb Wynn for Anniston, as he's able to turn the corner and get our very first down thanks to David's Appliance, as David's Record Service and Rayburn Automotive on the replay. Job of turning
they're not going. If they don't contain the corners on Anniston, they're going to have trouble all night because Anniston has speed to burn, and those guys, once they get outside, that's exactly what they want to do. And once they get outside, there's not too many going to catch them.
Wynn needed 3, and he got 5 for the opening first down of the ball game. So a good start for the Anniston offense as they'll operate from their own 38. Doss to throw, steps up and fires the fade pattern. That was not a bad throw. It's just a little bit overthrown, however, and incomplete. You have to like the aggression that time as far as Rico Jackson and the coaching staff deciding to take a shot that time down the field on first down, Coach.
Well, you want to with the speed they have, and actually he had a step on the defender right there, and you have to watch that and be careful because those are one of the big explosive plays that, Anniston can hit, in just a split second and score on.
It'll be second down. We'll take a look at some of the rest of the Jacksonville starters on defense here in just a moment. As will be, looks like an offset eye out of the pistol. As will be a fumbled snap that time. A loose ball is a scramble for, and looks as if Jacksonville pounces on it for the first turnover of the game.
Well, that was the first mistake right there, and I don't know if they was looking at sideline to try to get a new play or get a set,
Amori Young looks as if came to the bottom of the pile, but I think they're going to say that Anniston, thanks to Caleb Wynn, was able to come out with the football. So that is a big break, at least for Anniston, to preserve possession, as it'll be a third down and long coming up close to their 20 with the nose of the football about the 22-yard line.
Well, actually, that's great because you don't want to give Jacksonville the ball down there, almost in the red zone. So that's a great hustle play by Anniston right there to recover that fumble.
So it'll be third down and about 26 yards to go. Line to reach at the first down, the 48-yard line, their own for Anniston. Twin receivers to each side as Doss will keep it himself and will at least protect the football this time and get across the 25 to about the 26, about a solid 4 yards, and it's going to be punting time for the first time this evening for the Anniston Bulldogs.
Brought down by number 17,
so Anniston got an initial first down, almost turned it over, but fortunate to get the ball back. And they're going to punt the football away, and we're going to have twin returners coming up for Jacksonville, led by Kedrick Fisher.
Well, that was a great job by Anniston getting back on it today. And, of course, you want to do something conservative. Coach Jackson did a great job by not trying to make a big play, just giving them something just to, maintain possession.
T.J. Wilson also returning. This will be punting time for the Bulldogs. Actually, a pretty solid punt that time as that goes out of bounds around the 40-yard line. So it'll be a first down and 10 coming up, and the first time that we'll see Jim Ogle and the Jacksonville offense come out onto the field. Looking at their Congressman Mike Rogers starting lineup, you'll have Zay English at running back, also Jackson Bonner kind of at a tight end, H-back, fullback combo position. Kedrick Fisher, check that, the first team All-State receiver last year at one of the receiver spots. Also Monty Sinclair and Amori Young, the other receivers. It'll be a first down and 10 as they'll line up the football about the 42-yard line. Starters on defense here in just a moment. This will be, looks like there's the snap, and this will be the gift right up the middle to English. Snap that time, a loose ball right into the teeth of the Anniston defense. Looks about Jacksonville, we'll call it a yard, maybe a yard for the first turnover of the game. Down and 8. Looking at the Jacksonville offensive line, you'll have Ryan Mitchell, the starting center, along with Ben Pridgeon at left guard, Garrick Strain at right guard, Drake Lee, the right tackle, and Braden Ball at left tackle. So it'll be second down and 9 as he'll officially call English's first carry of the night a 1-yard gain. Here's a snap in English on the stretch give as he'll go off the right side and get across about the 45 to the 46-yard line, as you'll have Kamar Holder, one of those players for Anniston, as well as Love Kirby coming up with the tackle.
English on the carry.
Love Kirby, one of the returning starters from the 2022 quarterfinal round team as far as Anniston's 11-1 season last year. Obviously, he's one of those key returners for Anniston, along with Jaden Lewis, who plays at safety for the Bulldogs. Third down and 6. Line to reach for the first down is the Anniston 48 for Jacksonville.
Well, this is where the matchup going to come in at, because Anniston has a great secondary, and, Jacksonville has a great quarterback, so it's going to be
Ogle throwing over the middle. That is complete for the first down to Amori Young as he'll get into Anniston territory about the 37-yard line, so that'll advance the sticks for a first down on a gain of 17.
Lead to number 1, Emory Young.
We'll take a second look at that
down,
replay brought to you by Baja California Grill this evening. A big thanks to them located in Jacksonville with Jacksonville's authentic Mexican food.
That's just a misdirection, a little drag route by the outside receiver. They take two inside receivers and clear out and run him underneath, to make that cornerback try to run with him.
Ogle to throw. He wants to take a shot down the field. Has a receiver and no flag on the play. And now a late flag thrown from near the Jacksonville bench.
Pass attempt for DeMonte Sinclair, incomplete.
So, by the way, Jacksonville on that third down conversion getting their first David's Appliance first down conversion of the evening.
Well, I think you had a little tug on the jersey right there. As the receiver split the safety and the outside linebacker. I think you had him. Once he got beat, he grabbed his jersey a little bit.
Defensive pass interference, 15-yard penalty, first down.
There you hear our official indication for pass interference, so that'll be a first down. By the way, our first quarter brought to you by Dustin Merritt for Circuit Court Judge. Ken Turner, our head referee from the Alabama High School Athletic Association this evening. As that is another, at least first down, presented to you this evening by David's Appliance out of center. And there you see our friends from David's Appliance up at the top left-hand corner of your screen. First down, as this will be English trying to go off the right side as he'll get gobbled up and taken down right along the line of scrimmage, and potentially also for a loss, as it was Quay Elston, the senior defensive tackle with the TFL.
Well, Anniston is dominating that line right there now. Jacksonville actually can't run the ball, but I'm going to give you a little heads up. You need to watch the backside, because when they run the inside zone, nobody's staying at home, and you're probably going to see Ogle pull it. It's going to split out, and you're probably going to see him fake the zone and pull it one time.
Ogle will keep it himself off the left side with lots of running room, and he'll get the first down as David's Appliance presents our first downs, the third of this drive for Jacksonville, and a David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive Red Zone opportunity, our first for either team this evening.
I coached against Coach Smith for quite some time, and I kind of know how he think there, so I could see that play developing. Somebody in the press box probably told him that Anniston is not staying at home.
Gain of 12 that time for Jim Ogle, his first carry of the evening.
You probably will see it again. They'll set it up, though.
They have English, the lone setback. Also into the game of the H-back is Greenwood, as it'll be English getting the call off the left side as you see him churning for yards close to the 5-yard line, as they'll mark him down at the 6-yard line. A big thanks to all of our sponsors this evening. Victory Law, one of our season-long presenters of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. We're moving quite briskly so far on an absolutely perfect weather evening here in Jacksonville. Almost halfway through the opening quarter as the delay give goes to English up the middle, as a good reaction that time by the Anniston defense as they'll hold him to minimal yardage, about 1 on the play. And looks as if we have a timeout called for on the field. And it looks as if it's our first Heat timeout of the evening, and we're going to go ahead and take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
When it's time to build a new custom home or remodel an existing home, call Sound Outdoor Construction.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
From Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville, James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you this week by Southeastern Utility Services, and our first quarter brought to you as well by our friend at least, Dustin Merritt for Circuit Court Judge, who we will be visiting, expecting a visit from him at halftime. It'll be a 3rd and goal at the 5 awaiting the Jacksonville offense. So this is a big play, especially for Anniston's defense, to try and get off the field without giving up a touchdown, Eddie.
Absolutely. If they can hold them to a field goal, that's going to be great. But, I used to teach my defenses back in the day, hey, we keeping them out. They don't score. So they got a couple of guys over there that worked with me when I was there. So I'm pretty sure that that's kind of what they're telling the boys,
Slow starts has been really a regular feature so far for Anniston this year. A slow start in their season opener against Walter Wilburn, later resulting at least in about a 2-touchdown victory. Also a slow start on the road at Andalusia, eventually leading to a 39-0 loss. And they kind of had a little bit of a slow start as well against Munford before pulling away in the second half last week.
Now, I think right here, James, you're probably fixing to see some motion, and you're probably going to see either play action with Olga pulling it, or you're probably going to see a quarterback lead. But they're going to try to get the guys to the weak side. If you notice, they got a double wing at the top.
Greenwood, the H-back to the far side. Here's play action. Ogle, plenty of time as he'll reverse field, looking for help as he'll throw toward the end zone. A jump ball, and that is incomplete. Good pressure that time by the Anniston defense, as we'll take a second look thanks to our friends at Baja California Grill. There's the pressure applied by Holder, and then a jump ball and good hands that time on defense by one of those reserve defensive backs in Takias Baker. So it'll be a field goal coming up for Dukar. A little chip shot field goal of 22 yards out. That is up, and that is good. So we'll take the timeout as Jacksonville on the board first with a 22-yard field goal. Our FNN high school football game of the week in the first quarter. Jacksonville 3 and Anniston 0.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Our FNN high school football game of the week from Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville. 5.5 minutes exactly left in the first quarter. Jacksonville was able to drive the field, Eddie, that time in their opening drive, but give credit to Anniston for at least stiffening up inside the red zone and only surrendering a field goal.
Well, that situation for both sides, you look at it as a win-win. Anniston had the ball and was moving it, and unfortunate snap, and they were able to get a good punt, and then Jacksonville was driving the football. But, in a situation like that, Anniston, you want to hold them to a field goal to keep them out. So, it's kind of we got a score, but Anniston, we didn't give up a touchdown. So, you still got a pretty even ball game right here.
Southeastern Utility Services presents this week's FNN High School Football Game of the Week as we have yet another Jacksonville MVP Wings kickoff upcoming. So Dukar making a 22-yard field goal. There you see Southeastern Utility Services presenting our FNN Game of the Week this week. Also, our longtime friends at FNN Bank also once again joining us for season-long coverage this year in 2023 of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Drive for Jacksonville in their opening offensive drive. Game started about their own 42-yard line. They were able to drive about the 5-yard line. So that was a 53-yard drive, as there you see MVP Wings coming off. And obviously your football Fridays and college football Saturdays, a good time to go buy MVP Wings and pick you up some ribs or wings for the big game. Another short kickoff by Dukar as Carr once again returns it and gives Anniston some solid field position at their own 35-yard line.
Well, they're going to sky kick it, and they're going to try to keep it away from Jaden Lewis, because he he can break one at any time. So, the
kick return.
best defense is to keep it away from him. Don't let him touch it.
You know a thing or two about that, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jaden Lewis also in the Anniston's season opener had 4 touchdowns against Walter Wellborn. A couple of those coming on special teams.
Absolutely. He did it in a variety of ways. So, you want to keep it out of his hands.
Doss in the shotgun. So wave a receiver to come on through. And it'll be the give to Sykes, who gets some pretty decent room, and he's out in the open field 40. Needs to get around a couple of defenders and deep into Jacksonville territory. A big play for the Anniston Bulldogs, as that'll be a first down thanks to our friends at David's Appliance.
Absolutely. You can't miss no tackles up front with him, and right there, that's a missed tackle. You had 4 guys that overran the play, and right here, it's just athleticism kicked in, and they just got too much speed, it's speed to burn, if you don't get them on the first try, you're probably going to miss out.
Baja California Grill giving us that second look at the 41-yard run by senior Quinn Sykes. So 1st and 10 at the Jacksonville 24-yard line. Golden Eagles showing blitz. There's a man in motion in Lewis, as it'll be the keeper for Doss. Good blocking on the right side as he's in the clear and into the end zone for the touchdown. We'll take a second look that time at Gavin Doss following some outstanding blocking on the right side of the offensive line, Eddie.
That's a beautiful call right there. He faked the jet sweep, the inside zone, and he pulled it, and he just made a great read right there. I mean, you could have drove a tractor trailer through that hole right there. It was wide open.
24-yard touchdown run. Thanks to that second look by Baja California Grill, Jacksonville's authentic Mexican restaurant. 2-point conversion attempt coming up. As it'll be Doss trying to round the corner, trying to get to the pylon. Is he in? Waiting for the official signal, and no, he's just about a half-yard shy of that 2-point conversion. But Anniston takes their first lead of the game thanks to a 24-yard touchdown run by Gavin Doss, as they have a 6-3 lead here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services.
Being born and raised in Calhoun County taught Dustin Merritt the value of integrity, humility, and community. Always guided by faith, grounded by family, and supportive of our communities, Dustin's a husband, father, lawyer, and a lifelong conservative Republican. After years as an attorney in private practice, Dustin's running for circuit judge in Calhoun and Cleburne counties. He'll carry the same values on the bench that he had growing up. In the March 5th Republican primary, vote Dustin Merritt for circuit judge.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Our FNN Game of the Week brought to you this week by Southeastern Utility Services, as Anniston responds to the Jacksonville chip shot field goal, as they really just blitz right down the field in 3 plays, as you had a 41-yard first down run by Quinn Sykes really to get the drive going, and then right after that, thunder and then lightning after Sykes, provided by Gavin Doss on a 24-yard touchdown run.
That's right. Too much speed, man. Anniston just, they get the edges or they get in them gaps. If Jacksonville don't fill those gaps pretty quick, it's going to be a long night.
MVP Wings presenting our kickoffs this week. This will be Jaleel Gray for Anniston getting set to kick off. There you see MVP Wings presenting Jaleel Gray's first kickoff of this Friday evening here in Jacksonville. A short little end-over-end kick, kind of a pooch kick as well, as that'll be fielded by a Jacksonville upman just shy of the 40-yard line as Tyshawn Cameron advances across the 40 to about the 43-yard line. Our first quarter brought to you by Dustin Merritt for Circuit Court Judge.
Returned by number 3, Tyshawn Cameron.
So far, so good for you have to feel for Anniston, especially for Coach Rico Jackson. His offense starting to get into gear, and they certainly shown some big playability on that last drive offensively.
Yeah, absolutely. That was 3 big plays. I mean, they made it happen, and then the one good thing they was doing earlier was the defensive line was for Anniston was controlling the line of scrimmage. So right now they besides that missed snap, they kind of outplaying Jacksonville right now.
Here's Ogle in the shotgun as he'll roll off the snap and throw the quick out route near side complete, as that'll be caught by Monty Sinclair as he'll advance across the 45 to about the 46-yard line. So just an easy pass that time for Ogle, or really a basic rollout that time, as he gets a solid about 4 or 5 yard gain on first down, Eddie.
Yeah, just doing something a little conservative right there, to counter, negate Anniston's beefing on the inside of the line, and I don't think it's that they're so big, they're just so scrappy, it's like they getting in, they very physical up front.
So the 2nd down and 6 after a 4-yard pass completion, as we'll have a whistle and looks as if a flag on the play. We'll find out who gets the penalty.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense.
So there you see an early start that time by the offensive line for Jacksonville. So that will move it back 5 yards. By the way, further look at Anniston's defense. We'll see some Jalen McElderry at linebacker, an inside linebacker spot. Keviante Johnson, also an inside linebacker. LaDorian Tyson at an outside linebacker. Colin Wansart, holder, as well as Quandricus Elston up front. Jaden Dobbins and Damon Pope as far as those corners. 2nd down and 11 from the 41 as the delay give goes to English, as he'll get off a couple tackles and then wrestle down about the 46-yard line, as you had Quandricus Elston, the junior defensive tackle, coming up with the tackle.
Well, I think you might have had it. Jacksonville was close to turning upfield on that motion on that last play, so that's something Coach Smith probably be discussing with him, because he looked like he was almost turning upfield like Canadian football.
Jaden Lewis and Takorian Downey, the rest of the Anniston defense when it comes to the safeties. 3rd down. And we'll call it 5 yards to go. Line to reach the Anniston 48, as rolling will be Ogle. Under pressure, has to throw, gets deflected, and is it intercepted? It might be intercepted, and if it is, and it is, that is a big turnover for Anniston. As coming up with the pick is Love Kirby.
Absolutely, it got tipped at the line of scrimmage, and like I said, that ball can't hang in there because Anniston has a great secondary right here.
We'll take a second look thanks to Baja California Grill. As there you see Wansart coming free.
Right, he comes through right there, and he gets a tip on the ball right there. He gets a hand, and right there you see Kirby just now. It was actually double coverage, so he just made a great effort play right there. I think that pass probably was going to be picked either way.
I tell you what, Jim, Ogle's fortunate that wasn't returned to the house. 1st down now for Anniston, as they'll have it at the Jacksonville 43. Doss under pressure with a flag on the plays. He'll chunk it down the field with a receiver behind the defense, and it is picked off. Intercepted by Jacksonville. As we'll see who committed the penalty flag. As coming up with the interception that time was Zay Moore. Let's hold everything, though, and find out who committed the flag. Of course, if it's on Anniston, then that will be declined, but neither team's offense or defense has come off the field just yet.
The legal shift on the offense. Penalty decline. 1st down, Jacksonville.
So obviously illegal motion going on Anniston. So wave off that penalty as Zay Moore gets the interception.
He was in great position. If you look back right here, James, he was in defensive back was in great position, but I'm just afraid if you try to run toe for toe with Anniston, it's not gonna be able to do it because that defensive back had a 2-yard step on him, man, and I'll take my chances with 5 or 6 of those and completing 2 of them because they're going for touchdown.
Ja'Cory Card, the intended receiver on that Baja California Grill replay. Still in the first quarter, a little under 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Brought to you by Dustin Merritt, First Circuit Court Judge. Ogle dropping to throw as he'll roll, flushed out by pressure, and now throws down the middle, and that is complete. So be complete around the first down marker as making the reception will be one of the backup receivers. Actually, Zay English, the running back, checked that on the catch. So that is good enough, however, for the first down, the 4th of the evening, brought to you by David's Appliance and Center.
Well, he just did a drag route all the way across on the quarterback sprint out, and that's a little bit easier for him to throw running to his right, being a right-handed quarterback. It's just tough for him to roll out to his left and make that same throw.
Trips to the far side, one to the near side. As Ogle, plenty of time, starts to break down as he'll have to be flushed to the far side by Wansart. And now throws into coverage, and that is deflected and almost intercepted.
Can't make those plays on Anniston. If that ball hang in the air, those boys going to come up with it, man. They just too much speed.
Downey in coverage that time for Anniston, almost coming up with the second interception of this first quarter. There you see Southeastern Utility Services. You can give them a call and get a free quote at 256-295-3945. Our presenting sponsor this evening of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. So far, Anniston leading 6-3 late in the first quarter. Jacksonville started this drive at their own 11-yard line after a interception by cornerback Zay Moore. English right up the middle as he'll get to about the 27, maybe the 28-yard line. And so he'll still be about 6 yards shy of the first down as we approach that 2-minute mark left in the opening quarter.
And right now, James, Jacksonville's best game plan is going to be to try to throw to the check downs, because you're not going to beat them deep too much. You may get one, but you're not going to beat them. They got too much speed, and those guys are flying all over the field. You're going to have to do some check downs, and Ogle is going to have to run the ball a lot. He's going to have to use his legs. And your best matchup's going to be against your linebackers, your inside linebackers.
Here's Ogle on 3rd and 5. Winds up and throws down the field into double coverage. That's a perfect throw and a completion to Kedrick Fisher for the first down.
And that's a sprint out again to the left, and Wansart is doing a great job getting over there. But if you watch him, you're going to get a drag route all the way across the field. That's what I call my Alabama play right there.
So there you see Ogle cocking and throwing, and there's Fisher behind 2 defenders for a big David's Appliance first down. And that second look, as always, brought to you by Baja California Grill.
And they were in good position. It was just a perfect throw. I mean, you hit one every now and then, but,
Gain of 32 as Fisher gets the bubble screen pass complete to the near side as he'll go out of bounds shy of the 30 at about the 32-yard line. So that'll be an 8-yard gain on that bubble screen pass to set up a second down and 2, and that's actually been one of their more successful first down plays this evening, Eddie.
Okay, and the play off of that now, too, I'm going to go ahead and tell you is you're going to fake that block on the cornerback, you're going to pump fake to stay, and that runner's going to fake that block, and he's going to go deep on him. I don't know when Coach will put it in, but I guarantee you'll see it. It's coming.
Got a good solid chess match going as we have a timeout on the field, and we'll take the timeout with him here with 1:10 remaining on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week here in the first quarter with Anniston leading 6-3.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
1:10 remaining in the opening quarter as English will get out of a couple tackles, get the David's Appliance first down, and he's going to take it to the house for the touchdown. 32 yards on the touchdown run by Jacksonville running back Zay English to put the Golden Eagles back on top.
That's just an athletic play, James. He made some guys miss. If you look, I'm going to stop it. They should, right there, he should be tackled right there by those guys right there. But he breaks the tackle, and then that's 3 more guys. Safety overruns it, and he makes a corner. And he shows some flashes of speed right there. You know, he didn't look that fast early.
John Ducar coming on for the PAT as a bit of a head start on the special teams unit for Anniston. So we'll get the official indication from our AHSAA officiating crew. So both teams coming up with long rushing touchdowns here in the opening quarter as the officials still doing a little house cleaning right now, making sure that everything is spick and span as far as the upcoming call. So there you see the indication actually of a false start drawing Anniston offside.
5-yard penalty.
So that's going to extend the extra point out 5 yards for John Ducar.
Absolutely. It actually becomes a field goal now, so it's going to be tough.
Ducar already making a 22-yarder earlier in the game, and he'll split the uprights with that PAT. So we'll take the timeout as Jacksonville on top 10-6. 1:01 left in the first quarter here in the FNN High School football game of the week.
1 minute and 1 second.
.101 remaining in the opening quarter here on the FNN High School football game of the week, brought to you tonight by Southeastern Utility Services, and also in the final 101 of our first quarter, thanks to Dustin Merritt for Circuit Court Judge. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew with you here at Golden Eagle Stadium, basically a brand new but officially renovated Golden Eagle Stadium. Has a new field turf, also new visiting bleachers, and a putting green also off to our right installed during this past offseason. So there you see Jacksonville awaiting to get things resumed as far as our first quarter. It's been quite an entertaining first quarter so far, as John Ducar got the scoring started, as we'll have another MVP Wings kickoff coming up by Ducar, as he'll just sky it over to the far side. It'll be fielded about the 25-yard line, and looks as if it'll be Jaden Dobbins returning, and he'll advance it across the 35 to about the 36-yard line. Ducar got the scoring started with a 22-yard field goal, and then on the very next drive, Anniston was able to march right down the field, really fly down the field in 3 plays. A 41-yard run by running back Quinn Sykes to get the drive started, and then a 24-yard touchdown run by Gavin Doss. Now, on the very last drive for Jacksonville, a 38-yard touchdown run by Zay English.
Well, you said that right. They flew down the field. We talking 3 plays, and, hey, it was a home run.
Here's the give right up the middle. Sykes, as he'll bounce out of a tackle and get across the 40 to about the 42-yard line. So Sykes starting to get a little momentum going here as he advances from the 36 to about 42, so a 6-yard gain, as we probably are going to have one more play coming up in the first quarter, as there's about 6 or 7 seconds between the play clock and the game clock. Shotgun for Doss, as he'll have 3 receivers to the near side and 1 to the far side. Doss, quick throw to the near side, complete against the blitz, but even better defense that time by Jacksonville as you had the leader of the defense, Ryan Mitchell, the inside linebacker, come up on the pass reception by Caleb Wynn.
Well, that was a great throw. He picked up the outside blitz very quick. That was a great throw, man. Great throw, great catch. Jacksonville just recovered on that one, but that was a heads-up play by Anniston right there. Save a sack.
So that'll conclude our first quarter, brought to you by Dustin Merritt for Circuit Court Judge. That's the second quarter coming up with Jacksonville on top 10-6 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Southeastern Utilities Services brings you our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And we begin our second quarter brought to you by Classic 13 Tattoo, as Anniston has a critical 3rd and 3 coming up from their own 42. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew with you from Jacksonville High School at Golden Eagle Stadium. So a nice defensive play to lead us out of the first quarter by Ryan Mitchell, the senior inside linebacker, as Anniston will now work from our left to right here in the second quarter. Pretty good first quarter, really good atmosphere tonight here at Golden Eagle Stadium, as it's practically a packed house here in Jacksonville. We're waiting our second quarter to get underway, and our head referee blows the whistle into play. There's the snap. And it'll be Sykes following his blocking, getting the first down, and a lot more as he has some open running room deep into Jacksonville territory as he'll scamper down the far sideline and get another first down for Anniston, brought to you by David's Appliance, and we'll get another Baja California Grill second look.
Well, James, that play was designed to go to the right here, but once he got stuffed, he veered it back out to the backside back there.
There you see Sykes, as you mentioned, bouncing it to the far side, and there's a key block as well, springing him to the 30-yard line of Jacksonville for that first down run of 28 yards.
Jacksonville is just simply not staying at home on that backside, and against Anniston, you can't do that.
Keeper by Doss as he'll get swallowed up in the backfield for a loss as Will Greenwood, the inside linebacker on the TFL. Baja California Grill, Jacksonville's authentic Mexican restaurant, bringing you that look of an outstanding one-on-one play by Greenwood.
Well, linebacker made a play on that. Now, had not he made that play, he probably been walking in the end zone, because the defensive end on the top side is not staying at home, and that's what Anniston wants. They have too much speed. If Anniston get those edges, Jacksonville in trouble.
Jacksonville showing blitz. Man coverage also in the secondary as Doss under pressure, stepping up, looking for running room, and takes off and gets inside the 30 to about the 28-yard line. So there you see Charlie Wright, one of those two tacklers for Jacksonville, helping out on the tackle. Actually, they will get the solo tackle to Charlie Wright. So it'll be a 3rd down and 6 after a 6-yard gain to the 27-yard line, just inside the 27, they'll say. So the line to reach at the first down is just shy of the 20 for Anniston. Empty backfield coming up for Doss, who already has a rushing touchdown this evening. Man coming in motion, and we will have a whistle before the play begins.
There's a flag on the play.
So we'll find out who gets whistled for the flag. Quinn Sykes coming in motion.
I think you got offsides on Jacksonville. I think they lined up offsides or may have jumped.
So there you see the offside. That benefits Anniston a lot that time. So it'll convert it instead of a 3rd and 6, a 3rd and 1, and was going to be anyway 4-down territory. So it just makes things much easier for Coach Rico Jackson and the Anniston offense.
Absolutely. It just changed the play call right here. Now you can take a shot if you want to, or you can just pound it up in there, and then if not, you can come back, you can pound it twice.
Looks like Lewis will take the Wildcat quarterback, or check that. He's in the backfield as the quarterback sneak for Doss under center, and excellent blocking that time on the first down for the Anniston Bulldogs, brought to you by David's Appliance and Center. So nothing fancy that time, as Anniston will just simply move the chains that time. And also, as there you see David's Appliance, that they're nearing, or in fact officially do have, a David's Record Service and Rayburn's Automotive Red Zone trip.
Well, Anniston just blew them off the football right there. I mean, they just blew them back.
Here's Doss in the shotgun. Under pressure on the blitz as he'll roll, and incomplete. Just dump it down to Sykes, really to just throw it away and have a 2nd and 10 coming up.
And see, normally the philosophy is if you blitz off the backside, you got to have somebody on the front side to pull him up. And I'm seeing it look like the defensive end is getting engaged. So had not he had to rush that throw, he probably could have pulled it down and ran around the right side, and he would have got a big game, because Jacksonville is in man-to-man, so the defensive backs are running with their back to the football.
So good pressure that time off the edge for the Golden Eagles of Jacksonville, as it'll force a 2nd down and 10. Football at the 19 of Jacksonville. Shotgun for Doss as he'll drop to throw. Rolls as he's under pressure again, trying to turn the corner, and does so as he'll get some pretty good yardage as he's taken out of bounds at the far side by the cornerback for Jacksonville, who made the interception earlier in this ball game in Zay Moore.
But there it is again, that Jacksonville is not setting the edge. So, I mean, Anniston got it all night. You can run a delayed quarterback draw all night, and it's going to be there. It's just like a outside zone play, because, you know, the linebackers having to run so far to try to make up that ground, and Anniston has too much speed for that.
It'll be a 3rd down and 3 off of a 7-yard scramble by Gavin Doss. Doss already with a 24-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Line to reach at the first down, the 9. So we'll have a whistle and a timeout, as Jacksonville's already called 2, and the first now issued for Anniston. We'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented by Southeastern Utility Services.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Here's a 3rd down and 3 as the counter sweep off the left side, and a 1st down for Anniston, brought to you by David's Appliance, as the David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive Red Zone trip continues on Doss's first down run off the left side. Second quarter brought to you tonight by our friends at Classic 13 Tattoo. So quickly, first and goal as Doss, same play, going toward the end zone, and is he in? Looks as if they're going to spot him just about at the half-yard line, so a second down and goal coming up. As we come under 9.5 minutes remaining until halftime, Anniston trying to retake the lead. So this will be a second down and goal officially from the 1-yard line. Drive started about the 37-yard line, and what do you think? You think we'll see the same play we have the last couple of times, Eddie?
No, you're about to see a quarterback sneak. They'll pocket. They blew Jacksonville off the line of scrimmage last time, so you'll see them sneak it right on in.
Here's Doss behind his center, and with the surge, waiting for the official indication. Looks as if from my vantage point he got in, and looks as if he did officially get in for the touchdown.
The play is a touchdown.
And indeed, a 1-yard quarterback sneak for Gavin Doss, as we'll take our Baja California Grill second look.
And Jacksonville is just too high. They just, in a couple of plays earlier when they got first down, Anniston just blew them off the football by 3 or 4 yards. So
1-yard touchdown run by Gavin Doss, as it appears that Anniston will go for 2. They missed their 2-point conversion just about a half-yard shy in the first quarter after the 24-yard Gavin Doss touchdown.
See power, right?
Lewis going off the right side. He gets wrapped up and taken down by the inside linebacker and Ryan Mitchell. It's a 2-point conversion. No good. Timeout here from Jacksonville as Anniston retakes the lead, now up 12-10 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services.
Hi, welcome to Classic 13. How can I help you? I was thinking about getting a tattoo. Do I need to make an appointment? No, we take walk-ins every day. Let's find someone to help you. Follow me. Hey, if you'll have a seat right here. Thank you.
Come down to Classic 13, where good tattoos aren't cheap and cheap tattoos ain't good.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a deal.
Being born and raised in Calhoun County taught Dustin Merritt the value of integrity, humility, and community. Always guided by faith, grounded by family, and supportive of our communities, Dustin's a husband, father, lawyer, and a lifelong conservative Republican. After years as an attorney in private practice, Dustin's running for circuit judge in Calhoun and Cleburne counties. He'll carry the same values on the bench that he had growing up. In the March 5th Republican primary, vote Dustin Merritt for circuit judge.
Classic 13 Tattoo brings you our second quarter here on the FNN Game of the Week, brought to you this week by Southeastern Utility Services, and we'll have our second MVP Wings kickoff for Anniston this evening. James Hardy and Coach Eddie Bullock and the rest of our FNN crew here with you from Golden Eagle Stadium in Jacksonville as Jaleel Gray will get set to boot it away. So Anniston getting a couple of touchdowns this evening on the ground thanks to quarterback Gavin Doss, as Jacksonville getting ready to receive. An over-and kick, kind of an angled kick to the far side that Fisher will let go just out of bounds as there's the penalty flag. Also, our FNN Game of the Week brought to you every week by our friends at the Grub Mart with that famous 99-cent bag of ice. You can take for whatever occasion you need, whether you're a football player needing some ice after the ball game, or you're at least getting ready for a picnic, or getting ready for your Saturday, your cookout for college football Saturday. Good game so far between these two teams, as Jacksonville and Anniston going back and forth so far in the first half, as the Jacksonville Golden Eagles set to begin their offensive drive at their own 35.
It's a great ball game. Anniston actually has outplayed Jacksonville thus far. Hadn't gotten any penalties, and just playing good, solid football.
Jim Ogle, the commit to the Troy Trojans, lining up in the shotgun as he'll drop to throw. Under some pressure, and now throws to the near side. That's complete at the 35-yard line, and that is a great open field tackle that time, as the reception made by Emory Young. As coming up that time was Love Kirby on the tackle. Good protection that time, as our Baja California Grill, Mexican Grill second look that time, as Love Kirby prevented a big gain that time for Anniston.
Absolutely. He stayed in the Ogle stayed in the pocket right there because he's about to get hit by two guys, and that's senior leadership right there. He showed great poise in the pocket right there because he had those guys beating down on him.
Shotgun for Ogle. So he'll keep it on the zone read up the middle, and he's going to get the first down to continue the drive into Anniston territory.
And that's another Golden Eagles first down.
David Spliance on the first down as we go, or at least approach the 8-minute mark remaining in the opening half.
Well, he's going to have to use his legs, James, because like I said, it just seemed like Anniston got too much speed for him. They can't get outside. They're gonna have to be technique sound to get what they need. They're not gonna outrun them.
3 receivers on the play. She'll have the H-back in Bonner in motion. Here's the delay give going to English as he gets out of one tackle and dragging another tackler with him toward about the 47, maybe the 46-yard line, is Keviante Johnson helping out on the tackle.
Keviante Johnson.
Also a couple of other Anniston Bulldogs helping out, but Johnson leading the way that time on the tackle.
And again, for Anniston, I can tell you ahead of time, you're going to have to watch the backside, because when they run that inside zone, they actually ran a counter that time. Nobody's staying at home with Anniston. He's crashing hard, so you'll see Olga pull it.
4-man front for Anniston. Here's the quick bubble screen pass to the far side. That's going to be complete to Sinclair, as he'll get close to the first down, and in fact will get his first down. So that'll move the sticks for Jacksonville. Just a good, solid David Appliance first down that time for Jacksonville. Simple bubble screen pass, and it was Monty Sinclair doing the job from there.
And you see Anniston is given a 5-yard cushion on that play, but they recover so fast. I mean, he got up, even though he got a first down, that's actually limited yards. On slower teams, that would be a big gainer right there.
First down from the 40 after a 6-yard pass completion. Fisher coming in motion to the near side. 4-man front for Anniston as Ogle, plenty of time, now starts to break down as he'll go to the far side and now fire across his body. Dangerous pass that time as that falls incomplete.
Absolutely, almost threw that could have easily been an interception again.
For number 10, Jackson Bonner, incomplete.
Ogle already with one first quarter interception, and that last throw, his second time, he's just missed throwing an interception. So Ogle and the Golden Eagles offense will fight for another down here, as they'll have a 2nd and 10 from their own 40. Good pace for both teams so far this evening, as we're approaching 6 minutes left in the opening half. Here's the pop pass going to Fisher to the near side. Anniston trying to string it out, but good running, good patient running by Fisher, as he'll get across the 35 to about the 33-yard line, as Colin Wansart leading the way on the tackle.
Brought down by number 50.
See, and Anniston just won't give up the edge. They're not giving up the edge. It's just too much speed.
Actually, check that. They credit Elston on the tackle. Classic 13 tattoo with our second quarter coverage. Timeout on the field here in Jacksonville, as Anniston trying to hold on to a 12-10 lead here in the second quarter on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get them, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Second quarter, 5:57 remaining until halftime as the Urban Rustique Vendor Market, with over 14,000 square feet of show space on Highway 78 in Oxford, that all-in-one vendor market presents our FNN high school football game of the week each and every week during the 2023 season. A 3rd and 3 coming up for Jacksonville as they have to make the 30 of Anniston for the first down.
I think you'll see them go, it's 2 down territory. I don't think you'll see them go for field goal right here unless they punt. Definitely.
Ogle and the shotgun. It'll be Fisher in motion as English gets the call, dances around some tacklers, still on his feet, and gets the first down and more into the red zone for Jacksonville at around the 19-yard line. And so the drive continues.
Picked up enough for another Golden Eagles.
A David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive red zone trip for Jacksonville, as they're trying to retake the lead, as we've already had a couple of lead changes so far in this opening half.
Well, they're very deliberate with that inside zone right there. You can tell Ogle is reading it. He's riding Zay English about 3 yards before he actually give it up, and you can tell they've been working together because a great mesh. Normally you can cause a fumble right there, but they hadn't bobbled it one time,
Fisher in motion, and right back up the middle goes English as he'll get off a couple of tacklers and get stood up that time by a couple of tacklers. Keviante Johnson, one of those, and also Love Kirby helping out on the tackle for Anniston. So that'll be a gain of about 3 yards. So it'll be 2nd down and 7. So we'll have one of the H-backs, Jackson Bonner, exiting, and it'll be Greenwood, Will Greenwood, the senior, checking in. We go under 5 minutes remaining in the opening half. A early field goal of 22 yards for Jacksonville, thanks to John Ducar. Also, a couple of touchdown runs for Anniston from their quarterback, Doss, as there's a screen pass near side as English will get close to the first down as he gets drug out of bounds on a well-executed screen pass. As coming up to make the tackle was Keviante Johnson for Anniston.
You can see it. See him setting it up for using Anniston aggression against him. So when they let you go like that, you're supposed to retrace because you know something wrong.
So it'll be a first down right at the 10-yard line. So we'll call that a 1st and goal. After that well-executed and well-called screen pass by Jacksonville. Here's the counter give, and Anniston diagnoses that play, as you'll have Kirby as well as one of his teammates that time, and Gregory Fegans on the TFL, and we have a stoppage in play. Looks like an injury timeout. As if an Anniston player down back at the 10-yard line. I think it is one of the defensive tackles that time. Quickly, at least down a little bit in Quandricus Elston, but he pops right back up. In fact, Elston calling the trainers off. I think he'll be called to the sideline just to make sure everything's okay. Anniston playing a pretty solid ball game so far, as they've allowed a couple of big plays, but they've been making the majority of the explosive plays on offense so far tonight, Eddie.
Absolutely, and they're doing the things that they need to do defensively too. Jacksonville had a couple of plays, but they're not throwing it all over the field, you know, and I knew that would be probably the neutralizer for Anniston because that plays right into their hand. They got great guys in the secondary, very athletic guys, and it's just hard to beat speed. You can't coach speed.
Here's the snap, and the play action is rolling will be Ogle. Firing toward the end zone. That's complete and into the end zone for the touchdown for Jackson Bonner.
That's second layer again, second layer on the rollout. If you look at it, when he sprints out like that, they're using the deep guy and the underneath guy as a decoy, and they throwing it back to the second level guy. You know, they got two guys up there that's clearing out. You got a young, and then that's the second level guy right there.
So nice play fake that time as Bonner scoring his first touchdown of the evening and also the first passing touchdown of the night for Jim Ogle. Ducar coming up for his second PAT of the first half.
Well, they're going for two this time, so.
Good call that time, Eddie, as it'll be Ogle giving off to English as the run blitz successful for Anniston as they come up with the tackle on the two-point conversion by Jaleel Gray. So it'll be 16-12 in favor of Jacksonville as we'll take the timeout. 3:24 left, second quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Our Southeastern Utility Services FNN High School Football Game of the Week rolls on from Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville as Jim Ogle winds up his throwing arm and gets a 13-yard touchdown pass to fullback as well as H-back tight end Jackson Bonner for the 13-yard touchdown pass, and the two-point conversion attempt no good. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock with you here from Golden Eagle Stadium, really one of the finer facilities that we get to go to here around this part of the state of Alabama. And they had a massive renovation job over the offseason. New visiting bleachers, new field turf, a putting green toward the field house off to our right. Really a first-class, outstanding facility that we're at tonight, Eddie.
Well, and actually a resurfaced track, too, now. You got a new track, so you know, I mean, it is beautiful, man. I mean, you know, and one thing about it as a coach, you don't have to worry about lining no more fields. I'll paint no fields, and, you know, you're able to do the things that you can do, man. You know, so.
Honestly, as far as the facility itself, it almost kind of has like a suburban Birmingham, Huntsville, Mobile type of feel when it comes to a high school football facility. Kickoff from MVP Wings coming up, as Ducar set to kick it away once again. And it'll be the pair of Jadens and Dobbins and Lewis for Anniston.
James, I wouldn't know how to act if I didn't have to paint a field. Oh, where was this at? During my tenure.
So you have a couple of fleet-footed returners for Anniston set to what they hope is to get the kick from Ducar.
Well, they're not going to kick it to Lewis, I can tell you that. Lewis has really been a non-factor in the game tonight. I wouldn't even attempt to try it with Lewis because he's
Dobbins will get the try, though, as He'll go around the far side and break a tackle, and he's in the open field 45-40. Has one more man to beat. Is he still down the sideline? And is he in? Give him 6. Touchdown, Anniston.
Kickoff return by number 6.
That's what they want to do. If you get them out in open space, you are not going to catch them boys, man. You gotta stay in your rushing lanes, and once he got outside, I mean, you could easily tell. I mean, he got a convoy, and they just run off and leave him.
Dobbins with the kickoff return. We'll call that unofficially 67 yards on the kickoff return for the touchdown, and that's something special teams that cost Walter Welburn in their season opener against Anniston a couple weeks ago. Actually, to be exact, 3 weeks ago. So another 2-point conversion attempt upcoming for Anniston as they have misfired on their first 2 tries. Doss in the shotgun, rolling to the far side, trying to turn the corner as he's going to get denied the corner and taken down well shy of the goal line. However, Anniston retakes the lead as they're back up to 18-16, 3:10 remaining until halftime here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Jaleel Gray skies the MVP Wings kickoff. As it was a fair catch caught by Jacksonville's Tyshawn Coleman, and so it'll be Jim Ogle and Jacksonville taking over 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. And give a lot of credit to Anniston tonight, Eddie, when Jacksonville has punched first, has gotten the score. Anniston every time has been able to respond with a counter punch of their own.
Absolutely, and like I said earlier, I mean, Anniston right now is just outplaying Jacksonville. I mean, they hitting quicker, you know, and they're a little bit more precision and look like they're a little bit more sharp than Anniston right now, you know. They're more decisive about what they're doing, you know, and to their credit, they hadn't gotten a lot of penalties and seem very disciplined.
Trips receivers to the near side as we're going to have a whistle and a timeout called for the final timeout of this first half for Jacksonville. So this has been quite the interesting ball game so far, as these two teams have scored on their combined last 5 possessions, including that 67-yard kickoff return by Dobbins. Timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with him here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Jim Ogle swings it out as we come out of the timeout to Zay English, as that'll be a first down pass reception by English on the swing pass. So that'll take it right to the 50-yard line on a gain of 10. James Hardy and Coach Eddie Bullock with you here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week from Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville.
He just held the linebackers on that play. You know, he looked downfield, froze the safety, froze the Mike linebacker who has to cover that back coming out the backfield, and made a little long, easy throw. We call that a long handoff. That's all it is.
English, speaking of on the handoff, right on cue for Coach Eddie Bullock, is that'll go right into the middle of the Anniston defense for about 2 yards. Under 3 minutes remaining in the opening half. We'll have a halftime visit as part of our Calhoun County Commission halftime report with Dustin Merritt, who's running for Circuit Court Judge. We'll see him during our halftime coverage here at Jacksonville High School. 2.5 minutes remaining until we get to halftime. And still, the way this first half's been going, still opportunities really for both teams to try and put some more points on the board. Here's the keeper for Ogle. Gets around one defender, around another couple, and gets a first down as he'll be touched out of bounds with a late flag on the play.
Number 4, Jim Ogle.
Little extracurricular activity that's drawing a bit of the ire right in front of us at the Jacksonville bench.
Well, that's the first bad decision that they made by Jaden Lewis right there. You just, Anniston playing great defense. You got the lead, got everything you got going your way, and you get a late hit out of bounds, and then you push the guy, and you tack on 15 to it. And, Jacksonville has the football with 2 timeouts left and 2 minutes left to go in the game, so you can best bet that they're going to, take advantage of it. So, tack on 15 to the end of the play.
David's Appliance presenting our first down. As you'll have an unsportsmanlike conduct on the play on that hit out of bounds.
Right.
It was a dead ball, personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense.
So it'll be the first one on Jaden Lewis.
Absolutely, and that's a spot foul, so you're going to tack it, dead ball, so you're going to tack it on to the end of the play. So they already had a first down by 3 or 4 yards, and so now you're going to tack on another 15. So you're looking at 25 or 30-yard play right there.
Yeah, essentially you're absolutely right that time, Coach. In fact, that'll bring it a bit closer to the 20-yard line. So they're still as far as waiting to mark off the penalty yardage. So it's about another 11 or 12 yards. And so now they're about to march off the penalty. Still in the second quarter, a back-and-forth second quarter, really a back-and-forth first half for these two teams as Gavin Doss has come ready to play and the rest of the Anniston offense. Doss, a couple of rushing touchdowns for the Anniston Bulldogs, but really kind of a balanced effort for Jacksonville's offense. Jim Ogle with a touchdown pass, also Zay English with a touchdown run, and throw in a field goal by John Ducard.
And Lewis is the lead on that team. He had to show a little better poise because the other players will follow his lead. So, you don't want to put your team in a hole. When you're playing so well.
Here's Fisher coming in motion. Snap for Ogle. He'll throw over the middle. Perfect throw, complete just shy of the goal line as the reception made by Monte Sinclair.
Made by number 12.
And there's a reason that you just saw right there why Ogle will be playing for the Trojans of Troy next year.
Absolutely. You just, you don't want to do that, man, because I've seen it work both ways. I've seen it fire your team up and give them momentum, and then I've seen it.
And right after the replay, right up the middle is English as he goes in for the Jacksonville touchdown. So the Golden Eagles take the lead as we've had our third lead change so far in the first half. A 1-yard touchdown run by Zay English, his second of the first half. And it's going to be Ducard, the place kicker, coming on for the PAT. Smart decision by Coach Clint Smith not to chase points at this point of the ball game. Snap, hold, and kick up the line. Drive is good. 1:50 remaining until halftime. Your new score is Jacksonville 23 and Anniston 18 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Mr. Lee Patterson.
Being born and raised in Calhoun County taught Dustin Merritt the value of integrity, humility, and community. Always guided by faith, grounded by family, and supportive of our communities, Dustin's a husband, father, lawyer, and a lifelong conservative Republican. After years as an attorney in private practice, Dustin's running for circuit judge in Calhoun and Cleburne counties. He'll carry the same values on the bench that he had growing up. In the March 5th Republican primary, vote Dustin Merritt for circuit judge.
50 remaining until we come to halftime. Expected to talk with Coach Clint Smith at halftime. James Hardy with you, along with Coach Eddie Bullock here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Our second quarter brought to you by Classic 13 Tattoo. As there you see some of our Bama Sheds game balls being thrown to our fans here at Golden Eagle Stadium as part of our brand new FNN Ball Toss at halftime, presented by our friends at Bama Sheds. Give them a call at the number you just saw at the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. 1:50 to go. Still, the way this game is going, still plenty of time for some more scoring to take place, as the first Anniston drive lightning quick as far as their first touchdown. That took probably around 60 seconds or so on 3 plays in the first quarter. And really, Anniston has been able, on offense, they haven't needed that much time as far as being able to get their drives going and get into the end zone. A lot of big playability shown tonight for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about 3 plays, and they're in the end zone, so, and then you're talking about a kickoff and 1 play in the end zone, so you don't want to, we staying away from Lewis, but it's kind of pick your poison now. You don't want to kick that ball to Dobbins and get it on the wide side of the field. Let him get to the wide side, so I might be looking at squibbing it up the middle, and giving up a little field position, unless you can kick it over their heads. If you can't kick it over their heads, I definitely wouldn't kick it. You got to choose your poison. So, I'm more or less going to try to squib that thing in the middle and let that be it.
Dukar kicking off right at Dobbins as the line drive goes right through his hands. As he'll pick it up at the 10-yard line, trying to reverse field and gets sandwiched at the 8-yard line. So a mistake that time for the Anniston special teams as they'll start deep in their own territory at the 8-yard line.
Now, if Lewis got another unsportsmanlike penalty, he may be ejected.
Because he's already gotten an unsportsmanlike conduct just moments ago here in the second quarter.
And definitely don't want that. I hate to see that with a kid. He's taking his helmet off, so you definitely don't want that, man. I feel for the kid, man, but you just got to control your emotions. They're playing too well to get in a situation like that.
So, yeah, that's the second unsportsmanlike conduct call
on the receiving team
for Jaden Lewis. So not only backing Anniston further up, but as you mentioned, may not see him the rest of the night, Coach. But still, Anniston showing a lot of ability as far as their athleticism. But Jacksonville, especially on offense, been really efficient, especially in this quarter.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. They hadn't had to use their money man, which is Jaden Lewis. They hadn't had to use him yet, but, that's a big play waiting to happen. So, you hope this kid has an opportunity. I'm not sure. It looked like he's going back in the game.
Conduct on the receiving team.
So it'll be a first down and 10 from their own 4 after the half the distance penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. It'll be twin receivers to each side for Anniston. Gavin Doss with already 2 rushing touchdowns this evening will line up in the shotgun.
Jacksonville is going to have to be sound now because this is, a touchdown waiting to happen.
Here's Sykes trying to go up the middle, bounces off one man, and he'll get to the 10-yard line as he's done that about 3 times or so bounce it away from the initial design of the run. Gets out of one tackle and then goes to the far side and will get 6 yards. As Anniston really just trying to run out the clock here and stay in contention, only down 5 on the road.
And that's a great run right there by Sykes. Sykes is very explosive. He has a lot of speed. You know, he's running into the back of his blockers, and once he gets off that block, you can't arm tackle him.
It'll be a shotgun on a 2nd down and 4 from the 10. Approaching 1 minute left in the half. That'll be Dobbins in motion, and Sykes will get the call off the right side, and he'll advance right back to the line of scrimmage. A solid defensive game so far for Ryan Mitchell as he led the way. Also about 2 other Jacksonville Golden Eagles defenders on the tackle.
Coach Smith has 2 timeouts left. He has 1 now, so what he's doing now is working the clock. He's going to try to get a stop on. If he get a stop on 3rd down, he's going to use his last timeout. But if he don't, he's probably going to let the clock run out.
So it'll be 3rd down and 4 from the 10-yard line with 50.9 seconds remaining until halftime. Expecting a visit from Jacksonville head coach Clint Smith with us at halftime. Also, we'll be talking with our first quarter sponsor at halftime, and Dustin Merritt, who's running for Circuit Court Judge. We'll visit him as part of our halftime coverage presented by the Calhoun County Commission. And we certainly thank the Calhoun County Commission along with all of our family of sponsors this evening here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And we definitely appreciate you joining us on this wonderful Friday afternoon, some of the best weather we've had so far this fall. So both teams are off the sideline and ready to go as the Anniston Bulldogs will need to reach the 14 for the first down. 3rd down and 4. Doss, the quarterback, and Sykes in the backfield as Doss rolling to the near side, looking for help as he'll go out of bounds, and that will stop the clock. And that gives a big assist that time to Jacksonville.
Absolutely, man. That was the worst mistake you want to make. You want to make them use that timeout, man. Him running out of bounds, you know, you just don't want to make that mistake right there because now Jacksonville will get the football back with 1 timeout, and you know, with Coach Smith and then you got Ogle back there, you know, which is a veteran quarterback. You know, they can make a lot, and they're gonna get great field position, you know, on this punt, you know.
So it'll be just the 2nd time that we've seen Anniston punt the ball away this evening. So retreating deep to punt in his own end zone would be Darionte Brooks. Gets the snap and gets it blocked. That'll land about the 16-yard line, and so Jacksonville with one last opportunity late in this first half will have the ball in the Anniston red zone at about the 15-yard line.
And that's what you don't want to happen right there, man. You don't want them to get, well, even if it's just a field goal, you don't want them to get that, you know, going into
So it'll immediately be a red zone trip to begin this drive for Jacksonville.
And you probably won't see anything in the middle right now, you know, unless it's just wide open. You're probably going to see them work the sidelines, or you're going to see them do that flood route, which, like I said, they got 2 receivers clearing out, and then you're going to drag 2 guys. You're going to run a back underneath, and then you're going to bring your number 2 guy across. And it looked like that's what they're doing right now. I'm going to watch this play develop.
Here's the Davids Recker red zone trip as the throw incomplete towards Sinclair in the end zone with a very late, fashionably late flag on the play. The ball was well past everyone, and looked to set the back judge in the end zone threw the flag well after the play for holding. So we'll get the official indication here from our crew of Zebras. Indeed, a pass interference, actually. So that'll be still a first down coming up with 35.1 seconds remaining until halftime.
I think when he stuck his foot in the ground to do the slant, he got a little tug on his jersey right there because he was beat. And that's unfortunate for Anniston right there because
on the
they
defense,
played so well.
Replay first down.
So it'll be first down coming up And about a couple of yards now to go inside the 10-yard line. A half the distance penalty. So they'll spot it at the 8. Shotgun as Ogle. Plenty of time. Throws toward the end zone, and the back shoulder fade caught for the touchdown.
Ogle's pass attempt.
Perfect pass to Kedrick Fisher for the 8-yard touchdown, and that's a huge momentum swing for Jacksonville.
Absolutely. That's just unfortunate for Anniston right there, but hey, Jacksonville capitalized. They did what they needed to do on that particular play, and right now we're in a shootout because it's just going to boil down to,
That's a great look at that touchdown pass in the back shoulder fade. As Ducar coming on, and before that we'll have the penalty flag as Baja California Grill gives us a second look at that outstanding touchdown pass. A collegiate level throw, really a pro level throw that time from Ogle to Kedrick Fisher.
Well, and that's knowing your receivers too, because like I said, he gave him time to develop his route, and you talking about right in front of the pylon, he throws a back shoulder throw. So, man, hey, that's two guys working together and two guys on the same page, man. That's big time.
So Anniston has gone from being up 2 to now down 11 with the PAT pending. So we have Clint Smith asking for a little clarification.
Well, and again, if I'm you, I'm not chasing points because your kicker's perfect on PATs and you missed a 2-point conversion. So, hey, I'm getting all the points I can,
Offside called on Anniston. Really no harm, no foul as the PAT for Ducar. Kick, line drive, looks as if off to the left. No, and it just sneaks in, so the PAT good. So Anniston now trails by a score of 30-18 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week late in the second quarter. Late in the second quarter, just a little bit over 30 seconds remaining until halftime, as Jacksonville has now scored the last 14 points late in the second quarter to take now a 12-point lead, the largest for either team so far in this first half. So both teams coming off of their sidelines as an MVP Wings kickoff will likely close things out except for one play, but we've seen a lot of big plays so far from both teams, so don't go to the refrigerator just yet if you're watching at home.
I wouldn't. Hey, this kid scored in about 8 seconds earlier, so
both Dobbins and Lewis to return, as it'll be toward Dobbins at the 24. Dobbins trying to set up his blocking and trying to bounce it to the far side, but this time it'll be Jacksonville corralling Dobbins for minimal yardage as he'll get across the 30 to the 31-yard line, and likely one more play for Anniston before both of these teams go to the halftime locker room. Coach Clint Smith in his 12th season at Jacksonville, a 91-40 record coming into today. Just 9 wins shy of 100 wins here at Jacksonville. 2 wins shy of 150 for his head coaching career. So he's had a solid tenure here. As there you see the facts on Jacksonville head coach Clint Smith. Obviously a veteran as far as the Calhoun County high school football coaching scene, and really the Alabama high school football coaching scene in general. Here's Doss dropping back. He'll step up and run as he'll get dragged down about the 35-yard line, maybe the 36-yard line. And so that's likely going to be the final play here in the opening half.
Number 17.
Really, for the most part, it's been a pretty good first half for Anniston, but just late mistakes. And Jacksonville capitalizing on those mistakes as Anniston will sneak in one play, and they'll heave it down the field as that'll be incomplete, intended for Sykes, the running back. And so now that'll take us to halftime as Jacksonville with the momentum as they have a 30-18 lead here at home as we're awaiting for Coach Clint Smith to join us along the sideline.
Jacksonville High School 30.
As it's been a back-and-forth first half for the vast majority of this first half until the Golden Eagles took control in the very final 2.5 minutes of the first half, and we're awaiting Coach Clint Smith with us, and we'll let Coach get the headphones on here. And Coach Smith, describe especially the momentum-changing late minutes of the first half.
Well, that was a big score right there at the end. Our defense did a really good job of holding them down there and forcing them to punt right there, and we got some good field position, was able to stick it in. We get the ball first the second half, so, huge momentum shift there for us. So hopefully we can go in, make a little, some corrections and come out and, get the ball in the end zone.
And, Coach, what does your team need to do to get across the finish line successfully in the second half?
Well, we've got to contain their big play. Kickoff-wise, everything, we've got to tackle better and, just eliminate their big play because they have a big play capability anytime they snap the ball.
Thanks for joining us, Coach.
Thank you.
Coach Clint Smith with us at halftime. As Jacksonville leads 30-18, we'll step aside for this timeout, and we'll have our halftime coverage presented by the Calhoun County Commission, and Dustin Merritt join us running for Circuit Court Judge after this.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Hi, welcome to Classic 13. How can I help you? I was thinking about getting a tattoo. Do you want to make an appointment? No, we take walk-ins every day. Let's find someone to help you. Follow me. Hey, if you'll have a seat right here. Thank you.
Come down to Classic 13, where good tattoos aren't cheap, and cheap tattoos ain't good.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a bill deal.
We come to you from halftime here at Golden Eagle Stadium in Jacksonville, Alabama, as our halftime coverage presented to you by the Calhoun County Commission that invite you, as always, to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Both Anniston and Jacksonville providing us a lot to offer in the first half in the way of excitement, as the Anniston Marching Band performing at halftime, but also one of our circuit court judge candidates here at halftime, presenting our first quarter today in Dustin Merritt, joining us here from Golden Eagle Stadium. Dustin, good to see you, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
Just how entertaining was that first half for you, Dustin?
Just high school football in general was entertaining, but that was fun. Ogle's having a good game, and then Anniston, just the penalties are killing them, but that was exciting.
All right, Dustin, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
That's great. All right, well, tell everybody who Dustin Merritt is.
Well, Jim, I am a Calhoun County native from Weaver, Alabama. I went to Weaver High School, Weaver Elementary School. I got my undergraduate degree at Alabama, and then went on to law school at Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia. And since then, I've been practicing law in Anniston. I have a law firm, LaPlante, Merritt, Faulkner, Wilson, and Clay, and that is a mouthful, but we have a successful practice in Anniston, and been doing it now in my 11th year. So.
Now, James, you would probably want to ask a guy like this who's a successful attorney and a successful practice, what you running for, man?
I am running for circuit judge for Calhoun and Cleveland counties. It is a seat that's occupied now by Judge Bud Turner, but he's retiring, so it's an open seat. And you know, I get the question a lot, why are you running for this? And it's just an easy choice. I have a passion for the law. It's a great opportunity, I think, to make a positive impact in people's lives and change our community for the best. And so I'm excited about doing it, excited about being involved and being able to help the communities of Calhoun and Cleveland counties.
So describe the type of responsibilities that go along with this position that you're running for.
Sure. So circuit court is felonies and civil cases that meet a certain dollar threshold on the civil cases before they come to circuit court, and then the criminal side of it is felony cases that are in front of a jury. So it's all jury related at this level. The county is fortunate we have 3 jury judges, and then we have 1 circuit judge that also does non-jury. So the position I'm running for would be a jury, sort of a jury judge position.
How's the campaign trail been for you so
It's going well. It has been fun. I tell you, I'm from here, been born and raised here, but as you get out and you meet all these people, you realize how big this county is. And spending time in Cleveland County has been fun. And so it's going well. A lot of positive feedback, a lot of volunteers, a lot of help. So that makes me feel good about it. We got a ways to go till March, but we're going to keep grinding and hopefully pull it off.
Dustin, having seen your ad, I don't know you personally, but it looks like you've got a pretty good-sized family. You got them all out there working for you?
I do. My wife is great. Her name's Amy, and she's from Weaver as well, so we're both born and raised here, and we're happy to come back. Have a son and a daughter, a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old daughter. And they do help, but you know how it is. You got to kind of prod them a little bit, but they are a great support group. My family and extended family really supportive, and the lawyer friends of mine have been really supportive as well, the legal community. So that's important to me. It makes me feel good, makes me feel that other lawyers feel confident that I could do a good job and help the community. So it's going well.
Dustin, I guess one of the final things I'd like to ask you is, obviously Bud Turner's been in that seat a long time, so the voters have a really important decision to make come March.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is a very important decision, and and that's another reason. One of the reasons I wanted to run for this position as an open position, to have an experienced attorney. I mean, I've represented thousands of clients in circuit court cases, the type of cases that I would be presiding over. I've litigated cases in there. I've had jury trials. I've again done this for a while, and I think it's important. That experience, I think, will help me give a meaningful contribution back to the justice system by serving as our judge. So I agree with you. It's an important decision, and I think people need to take it seriously. And I think the experience that I bring to the table makes a difference in handling those types of cases.
And before we go, just anything else that you want to say to the people before we wrap it up?
No, just come out and vote. March 5th is a big day. We got a presidential primary. There's a lot of important decisions to be made, and I would appreciate everyone's vote. And can't wait to serve as your circuit court judge, and I look forward to doing that and helping both communities in Calhoun and Cleburne and working with local leaders to make our communities a better place.
We really appreciate you for joining us, Dustin.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Dustin Merritt, running for circuit court judge, joining us here at halftime as our halftime coverage presented to you by the Calhoun County Commission. We'll take this time out with Jacksonville on top 30-18 from Golden Eagle Stadium.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At halftime from Golden Eagle Stadium on the campus of Jacksonville High School, just in the shadows of Jacksonville State University, James Hardy, Eddie Bullock, and our FNN crew. As here you see the Jacksonville Marching Band performing for the home folks here at halftime. Another edition of this Calhoun County rivalry matchup, as Anniston came from behind last season for a 30-23 win, and they'll have to do so the same here as they're down 30-18.
and gentlemen, the Jacksonville High School high-flying marching Golden Eagle Band.
Jacksonville High School marching band with their performance at halftime. Also the Anniston marching band performing in front of the folks here in Jacksonville earlier at halftime. And as always, the Calhoun County Commission presents our halftime coverage as the Anniston Bulldogs had a 2-point lead with just about 3 or 4 minutes left in the first half, but Jacksonville exploded and finished very strong going into halftime as they scored the second quarter's final 14 points to take a 30-18 halftime lead. So we'll go ahead here as we'll take a look also at the game notebook as far as these two teams this week. This is actually a top 10 matchup in the state of Alabama this week. Anniston in the top 10 of the Alabama Sports Writers Association top 10 rankings for Class 4A, and Jacksonville at number 7. Anniston off of their best performance of the season against Munford last week, 47-14, while Jacksonville went back and forth at Handley, but couldn't quite win that fourth quarter, falling 32-24. And overall series history, it is Anniston leading 27-14, but officially it is Jacksonville winning 9 of the last 10 meetings, but that last meeting in 2022 saw Anniston come from 9 points behind in the fourth quarter thanks to the efforts of now South Carolina Gamecock tight end and former Anniston quarterback Cam Sandlin to bring them to a 30-23 win, almost, well, a little more than a year ago as far as the second week of region play in the 2022 season. So still a lot of explosive plays to come, maybe. We'll see what these two teams have in store for us as far as the second half here at Golden Eagle Stadium as Anniston comes out of their visiting locker room, and it'll be Jacksonville out of their home field house off to our right, as we're also awaiting, I believe, Coach Rico Jackson. And Coach, your thoughts on the first half and what your team needs to do here in the second half. Your team was able to make a lot of explosive plays on offense and in special teams, but just couldn't quite finish out that first half, Coach. Good luck in the second half, Coach. Thank you to Coach Rico Jackson joining us here as we're just moments away from beginning the second half. In fact, let's go ahead and take a break here as our halftime coverage brought to you by the Calhoun County Commission here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
Being born and raised in Calhoun County taught Dustin Merritt the value of integrity, humility, and community. Always guided by faith, grounded by family, and supportive of our communities, Dustin's a husband, father, lawyer, and a lifelong conservative Republican. After years as an attorney in private practice, Dustin's running for circuit judge in Calhoun and Cleburne counties. He'll carry the same values on the bench that he had growing up. In the March 5th Republican primary, vote Dustin Merritt for circuit judge.
Hi, welcome to Classic 13. How can I help you? I was thinking about getting a tattoo. Do I need to make an appointment? No, we take walk-ins every day. Let's find someone to help you. Follow me. Hey, if you'll have a seat right here. Thank you.
Come down to Classic 13, where good tattoos aren't cheap and cheap tattoos ain't good.
FNN High School football game of the week here at Jacksonville High School, brought to you tonight
Main Street Realtors.
in part by our good friends at Southeastern Utility Services. And we're just a few moments away from beginning the third quarter. As here you see Southeastern Utility Services. We move the big things in life. And Jacksonville looking to get a big win tonight at home on homecoming, by the way, as they had their homecoming festivities as far as their crowning Jacksonville High School's homecoming queen for 2023 prior to tonight's ball game. An active first half all the way around for both teams, as it was a close ball game really for almost the entire first half until a couple of Anniston mistakes led Jacksonville to cash in on those late in the first half, as you had Jim Ogle tossing 2 touchdowns in the second quarter. Also a touchdown thanks to Zay English in the first quarter. And for Anniston, you had a couple of rushing touchdowns by Gavin Doss, the quarterback, and a 67-yard kickoff return by Jaden Dobbins. That was really the big play, one of the big plays, and the big play really for Anniston in that first half. And really, Eddie, mistakes putting Anniston in the hole late in the second quarter, but they have enough athletes and more than enough big playability that really, even though they're down 12, they're not out of this ball game yet.
Absolutely. I think Anniston kind of shot themselves in the foot with their, the last 3 to 4 minutes of the game. The first half, I'm sorry. They were actually matching them punch for punch. And be honest with you, Anniston, I think, kind of outplayed them, but a couple of personal fouls, and then you got, let them put together a drive, and of course, they being, senior laden with the senior quarterback, they punched it in right there at the end, and those 2 touchdowns kind of hurt them. And Jacksonville is getting the ball back this quarter, so it's a possibility Anniston could be in a pretty deep hole right here when they play so well.
Also for Jacksonville, they had Zay English score a couple of touchdowns, one from a yard out in the second quarter, then in the first quarter from 38 yards out. Ogle with 2 touchdown passes this evening, one of 13 yards to Jackson Bonner, the H-back, and then his most recent touchdown pass late in that first half, a beautiful back shoulder fade pass to Kedrick Fisher to help put Jacksonville up by 12. Our third quarter about to get underway, and Family Prosthetics and Medical Supply brings you our third quarter. By the way, to begin this ball game, it was Jacksonville winning the toss, deferring their options, so they will choose to receive here in the third quarter, and so Anniston will have an MVP Wings kickoff coming up to begin the second 24 minutes of play here in the second half. So Anniston really needing a defensive stop here, which the Anniston defense did a pretty good job as far as early in the game limiting the big plays from the Jacksonville offense. But really Jim Ogle was able to just have his way with the Anniston defense throughout much of that second quarter. As the kickoff by Gray will go toward the far side, as there is Fisher returning it across the 35 to about the 37 or 38 yard line. So Jacksonville will come out onto the field offensively with Ogle, English, Fisher, and the rest of the Golden Eagles looking to make this a 3-score game. So what does Anniston need to do to get back in this ball game, Eddie, when it comes to the second half?
I think they need to, just settle down and play like they played pretty much the first half. They need to get a 3-and-out right here, and if they can get a 3-and-out and punch it in, it's a brand new ball game right there. And then and they very capable of doing it, because like Coach Smith said, Anniston just one play away from a big touchdown, man. So, Jacksonville had to try to control the clock, but Anniston, they one play away.
There was a flag thrown right at the snap as English takes it off of left guard to about the 41-yard line. But I wonder either an offside or a motion penalty. Fairly active night for our AHSAA officiating crew when it comes to the flags. We'll get the official indication here right now.
Got a legal shift. Only a penalty, first down.
So that helps out Anniston as that negates a 4-yard gain by Zay English. And so instead it'll be a first down and 15. So that'll move the ball back to the 32-yard line. And so you would think Ogle will be going to the air. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Ogle swinging it out to English as he'll get wrapped up in the backfield. Nice open field tackle by the Bulldogs of Anniston as you had Baker coming up on the stop. Dekias Baker, as we'll take a second look at the replay thanks to Baja California Grill.
Yeah, that was a dangerous play right there. He was almost that was kind of a lob play right there, and they had it diagnosed well right there. You know, Baker right there could have, he could have caused them problems right there on that play.
Loss of 3 is Ogle under pressure. He'll set up and fire, and that's incomplete. A late break that time by Monty Sinclair, but really Ogle just throwing that ball away as Baker again on the coverage.
Check that, number 10 Johnson in coverage.
So it'll be third down coming up. Officially 19 yards to go. I'll check that, 18 yards to go. Line to reach at the first down, their own 47 for Jacksonville. So big play for Anniston's defense to try and get off the field with the 3 and out. Normally you'd see the defense in this situation on 3rd and 17 drop back and make the quarterback throw underneath the defense, but let's see what Anniston has in mind.
And you have to watch the screen on this play as well.
Here's Ogle stepping up, and he's going to run across the 35, and he'll slide down shy at the first down by about 6 yards, maybe 5 yards, as he'll spot it at the 42-yard line. Good safe decision that time by Jim Ogle. He'll pick up 13, but he needed about 18 yards for the first down. And so it's going to be a rare punting scenario coming up for Jacksonville.
Well, and this is what Anniston needed to do right here. You want to kick, hold them 3, but you don't want to kick that football to Jaden Lewis. And I see they dropping back. I don't know who the other guy is. Maybe Dobbins. They dropping back with him, but that's exactly what you want to do. You want to kick that ball away, and because.
Well, obviously the son of one of the assistants on the coaching staff, Eddie, when it comes to Jim Ogle, very heady when it comes to his football IQs. He does indeed, as you mentioned, Eddie, kick it out of bounds.
Absolutely. You don't want to, those guys right there, they got afterburners, man. And you kick that football to them, you'll be breathing smoke.
Well, we've already seen Dobbins take it to the house from 67 yards in the open field as far as a second quarter kickoff. But this is a big offensive drive for Anniston to try and battle back in. They've displayed some quick strike ability, especially on the ground tonight.
Absolutely, and the defense did exactly what they needed to do right there. They were able to hold them up.
Underneath give that time, going to Sykes as he'll get, not even back to the line of scrimmage, actually loses a yard on the play. And it looks as if the ball carrier a bit slow to get up.
Yeah, he kind of got hit awkward right there. They kind of bent him back awkward, and I hate to see that, man. I hope it's not a knee injury right there, but he was holding his knee, man, yeah.
That's never good, and check that Caleb Wynn coming up from the ground that time. Hope he's okay. And whenever you see someone, as you just mentioned, Eddie, grab around that ankle or the knee, that is never a good sign.
Yes, man. I guess in my old age, I got a great appreciation for either team. I hate to see injuries. I hate to see them, and it's just, football it's a little bit tougher than basketball, but girls basketball, injury-wise, is just as tough as football because on any given play, somebody can come up injured, and I just hate to see any player get injured, man.
So it'll be a 2nd down and 11 after a 1-yard loss on first down. So it'll be the shotgun snap, and Sykes getting the calls. He'll dart through the middle of the line and get across the 30 to the 31-yard line. And that time Sykes coming out with a head of steam, and looks as if we have a flag on the play.
Number 58, Ryan Mitchell. There's a flag on the play.
So I think the flag was thrown right at the snap that time, as we'll find out who is guilty of the penalty.
I think you may have a holding. Not sure, but I think you may have a hold and look like you have a little extracurricular up there.
You got a lick shift on the offense. Replay second down.
First penalty for Anniston here in the second half. Jacksonville also with an illegal shift penalty on their first drive. So Jacksonville obviously going to take the penalty as they'll march it back from about the 24 inside the 20 to the 19.
I didn't see the movement over there. It looked like they were, it looked like you had a little, as we called it, a little cat fighting up at the top of it.
Lewis in the backfield. Goss gets the call up the middle. Not a lot of yardage that time, but he gets across the 20 to about the 23-yard line. So that's going to set up a third down and about a dozen to go with the line to reach at the first down, the 35.
Brought down by number 58, Ryan Mitchell.
Approaching 9 minutes remaining in the third quarter as Jacksonville took advantage of multiple Anniston mistakes late in the second quarter to build themselves a 12-point cushion. Officially, third down and we'll say a long 11 to go. Doss dropping, firing the slant. That's deflected and incomplete. Looked as if it went off of Keetrick Fisher's hands in coverage, and so it's going to be a fourth down and a 3-and-out for the Jacksonville defense.
It was almost a pick right there. He threw in the double coverage. They went to a power set, and they wanted to get receiver isolated one-on-one on a quick slant, and it's a good call. Linebacker dropped back in the hook zone, though, and he was able to get a deflection on it.
So it'll be Fisher and Sinclair to drop back into coverage on the Darionte Brooks Jr. punt. Last punt from Brooks was blocked late in the second quarter and gets a better but still short punt off. Gets a favorable roll, and actually a very favorable roll as it goes into Jacksonville territory at the 44-yard line. So the bounce of the ball that time going Anniston's way, but Jacksonville gets a 3-and-out on defense as both offenses so far a bit anemic coming out of the locker room. Definitely cooled down, so let's see which one of these, if not both of these offenses, try and get back on track. Jim Ogle already with a couple of touchdowns. He'll be playing his football down at Troy University, assuming that he indeed follows through and signs during the fall or the February signing period as the pass complete to Sinclair, but he gets met immediately on the tackle. Once again, Dakias Baker on the tackle, a tackle for loss. Tell you what, Baker's starting to assert himself defensively as he's already made 2 TFLs so far in this third quarter.
That's right. That little kid looks great, man, and he's only a sophomore. I mean, he's making it happen right there. He's recovering on those. He's recovering on those little bubble screens so well, man. I mean, and that's. Hey, I hate to see him in a couple of years, man. You know, he got 2 more years left.
Here's the shotgun for Ogle as he'll roll, looking for help. And now he'll pump fake and throw, and that's incomplete. Anniston is starting to play some pretty good defense now. Has really nothing doing that time in the passing game. As no Jacksonville receivers open that time. So it'll be third down, and they'll call it 11 yards to go. And so the line to reach for the first down will be the Anniston 46. Jacksonville with a solid lead right now. But they're trying to keep their offense on the field as they've already gone 3-and-out once so far in the third quarter. Ogle, plenty of time, now breaks down as one, started applying some pressure initially as Ogle still on his feet and now throws down the field and almost intercepted.
Yep, and Dobbins had a beat on that right there. I mean, he was rolling out with the quarterback, reading his eyes, and that's just athleticism. You can't teach that, man. That was a great play by that kid right there. He almost got an interception.
Dobbins with the deflection, but check that. It was Holder getting the last bit of pressure. Wansard providing the initial pressure for the Anniston front line. We'll have another Jim Ogle punt come up as we'll have a momentary stoppage in play by our Zebras. Our officials from the Alabama High School Athletic Association as they'll reset the play clock. 7:32 on the game clock here in the third quarter.
Well, you want to do the same thing. Now you got that two-headed monster back there again, so you don't want to give them an opportunity.
The Jadens on the field, Dobbins and Lewis, as that's an end-over-end punt, but at least with their explosiveness, that's okay for Coach Clint Smith, albeit the distance of the punt not exactly okay, as that only advances to the Anniston 43. So the idea there, execution, not so much for Jacksonville on special teams.
Well, didn't get it where you want it to, but hey, getting it out of bounds and giving your defense a chance is much better than giving those two guys a chance. I have to play the odds right there.
Oh, exactly. 43-yard line, the official line of scrimmage, is the nose of the football rests at the 43, and Anniston coming off the sideline at the far side. Anniston bringing a rock-solid crowd with them, just about filling the visiting stands across the way. And Jacksonville practically filling the home stands where we're at. Shotgun snap, and this will be the counter give coming up off the left side, and that is a really good open field tackle that time by Fisher. As you had, looks as if Quintarius Cunningham coming up with the carry that time. As it looked as if he had some room at the corner, but that closed very quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, he just he stepped inside a block, and that gap closed extremely quick.
So it looks as if Coach Rico Jackson starting to at least get some more of his reserves in, as he's kind of shaking up the lineup here in the third quarter. Under 7 minutes left in the third quarter. Doss giving to Cunningham on the draw as he'll get wrapped up from behind, and that looked as if another big gainer could have been had, but for Jacksonville, that was a really good open field tackle by Luke Jackson, preventing a really big gainer.
Absolutely, and those guys, looks good, man. I mean,
third down coming up. Line to reach for the first down will be the Jacksonville 47. Football right as of now at the Anniston 47. This will be a third down and 6. A little bit of a fall-like breeze now starting to kick up here at Golden Eagle Stadium. Shotgun, Doss firing over the middle, and that is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Jaden Lewis that time would have been enough for the first down, as you had Zay Moore, among others, in coverage for Jacksonville.
Number 11, Xavier Moore.
And Moore, in fact, going down. And so we have a bit of an injury timeout right now, as they'll help Moore off the field as we come up on fourth down.
Official timeout on the field.
Timeout on the field, and we'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, with Jacksonville up 30-18.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week continues as our third quarter brought to you by Family Prosthetics and Medical Supply. Jacksonville leading 30-18. Just a little bit under 6 minutes remaining here in the third quarter, as we have an officials timeout and a fourth down and 6 from about 3 yards shy of midfield at the 47-yard line, their own for Anniston. So normally you'd think it'd be punting time, but the punting game hasn't exactly been there for Anniston on their 3 punt attempts so far this evening. So we'll see if Rico Jackson maybe rolls the dice and decides to go for it. Anniston coming in 1-0 in region play, but it'll be the more conservative play, as it will be punting time for Anniston. Derionte Brooks to punt. You'll have the twin returners for Jacksonville, and that's the best punt we've seen so far this evening, and that's also going to get an Anniston roll close to the 20 and touched at the 21-yard line. So an effective punt that time, as that'll be a little more than 30 yards. We'll call it a 32-yard punt for Derionte Brooks.
Well, they were able to flip the field right there, so that's great for Anniston right there. Now if they can hold them 3 and out and get another punt out of bounds, they're gaining ground on them by switching the field position. So that's a great job right there.
Both offenses have been sputtering so far here in the third quarter. 2 3 and outs for both offenses here in the third.
Defense is not doing bad though, man. They doing a fantastic job.
Ogle in the shotgun, hands off to English as he'll dance around, and he's not going to get a whole lot that time. It'll be Quandricus Elston that's been playing very well, maybe even one of the best performing defenders tonight for Anniston on the tackle. Couple yards officially for Zay English, but not a lot of space to be had for him. English more of a scat back that time, just trying to go into the hole. As we'll have substitutions coming in for Jacksonville. 3 receivers on the play. Shotgun for Ogle on a 2nd and 8. That'll be the give to English. A little more room that time, but he's not going to get a whole lot either on that play. As he goes right into the middle of the defense, and this time Keviante Johnson, the junior, on the tackle.
Yeah, that gap closes quick, man. That's just they just close it down very quickly, man. So that's just kind of tough right there on Anniston.
So another big third down coming up for the Anniston defense as they're trying to get off the field with a 3 and out for the 3rd consecutive series. 4-man front for the Anniston Bulldogs. There's the rollout for Ogle. Stops, throws over the middle, and that is dropped incomplete. Kedrick Fisher, had gotten open, would have been enough for the first down at the 37. Throw a little behind him, but probably should have been caught, Eddie.
Yeah, he had his man right there. He purposely kind of threw it behind him because had he thrown it right on the money, it would have led him into a big hit. And, that's a heads-up play by him, and he had to kind of reverse field to try to get it. But that's just another example of the quarterback protecting his receiver.
Ogle to punt. Once again, Dobbins as well as Lewis back to return. There's a really good punt that time by Ogle, as it'll bounce laterally at the 41 and go out of bounds around that point. So it'll be good field position for Anniston. Some of their best starting field position, as they really were able to basically start where they picked up on their last drive.
Absolutely, and they Clint had to go for his guns there, so he had him to punt it away, and he got pretty good coverage right there. So Lewis wasn't able to do a return on it.
Victory Law, one of our season-long sponsors this season of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, as the Anniston Bulldogs come back out on offense, 1st and 10 from their own 41. Shotgun as Dobbins in motion, as he'll get the jet sweep handoff, and he's going to get corralled in the backfield for about a 1, maybe 2-yard loss. And a really good second half so far for Jacksonville's linebacker Luke Jackson, the outside linebacker. So Jackson on the TFL. He's already had a couple of tackles so far here in the third quarter. A quick third quarter so far. Neither team has been able to even get a first down so far in this third quarter, as we're under 4 minutes to go in the third.
Absolutely, and if you up, that favors you.
Jacksonville showing bliss as Doss rolling from pressure, trying to keep it and run as he'll go out of bounds at the 40, just shy of the original line of scrimmage. So both teams have been able to make a lot of adjustments defensively, as the offenses had their way in the first half, and now the defenses are totally shutting down these offenses so far.
Absolutely.
So the clock stops at 3:29 left in the third quarter. Line to reach at the first down will be the Jacksonville just inside the 49-yard line. So that's going to be a third down and about 11 to go. Gavin Doss has a couple of touchdowns on the ground for Anniston, but Jim Ogle has a couple of passing touchdowns, and Zay English with 2 rushing touchdowns for Jacksonville.
Right, now you know they got to throw deep, so they pinning their ears back coming at them. You got a little bubble screen right there. And
bubble screen complete indeed to Jaden Lewis as he's off to the races, 40, and out of bounds inside the 40 for a huge first down. In fact, the first down of this second half.
Yes, and he that's what you don't want right there. I mean, you got him right there, and I mean, he can just flat out fly. You cannot let him get that outside like that. You gotta force him back inside to the hip.
Tyshawn Coleman chases down Jaden Lewis on that Baja California Grill second look. So that's going to be a gain of 35 on the pass completion, as that's a David's Appliance first down. And so here's the swing pass to the near side. That's going to be caught. And it'll be Dobbins going ahead for minimal yardage, about a yard. Second and long coming up. Good, solid open field defense that time for Jacksonville.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that may have been Jaden Lewis's second target for the entire game. I think he got a quick slant earlier, and they just hit him now. He's been a non-factor, and I don't know if it's by choice or if they just felt like they hadn't had to use him. But, hey, I would find some ways to put that football in his hand because, I mean, he's just proven right there how explosive he is right here. And he can run by anybody at any given time, so.
Second and long, shotgun as Doss throwing toward the end zone, has a receiver and caught for the touchdown. Jaden Lewis on the touchdown.
There it is right there, one big play. I mean.
Number 5, Jaden Lewis.
We'll take another look at that beautiful touchdown aerial that time.
You got ISO right there watching. He's going to give him a dead leg right there. He steps in and then steps back out, a double move right there. And, it's just wide open.
You probably noticed, too, Tyshawn Coleman slipping as he was trying to backpedal, and that allowed Jaden Lewis to get free. So it's a one-possession game no matter what happens on this two-point conversion attempt. This is a big two-point try because a successful two-point try would put Anniston in position on another touchdown to take the lead.
Absolutely.
So we're going to have a whistle, and looks as if too much time used because there was just 2 on the play clock. Timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by. Let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a deal.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Doss trying to run off the right side as he gets met immediately and stood up at the line of scrimmage on the two-point conversion try as Charlie Wright sniffs it out. As the two-point conversion try is no good. But more importantly for Anniston in the bigger picture, they're still within one score at 30-24, but still 2:27 remaining in the third quarter. And Eddie, we've seen Anniston answer a bunch of times in the first half. Some critical mistakes down the stretch of the first half really costing them, but you got to think Coach Rico Jackson's, and for the most part, as far as this entire game up to now, has been really happy with the effort of his team.
Absolutely. If you take away the mistakes that they have made, I mean, Anniston could have been reversed. They could easily be up 2 touchdowns themselves. I mean, easily, because they, in my opinion, I think they have outplayed Jacksonville pretty much the entire game. It's just Jacksonville hadn't quite made the mistakes that Anniston had made, and, they've capitalized on Anniston's mistakes, whereas Anniston hadn't, necessarily capitalized each time on the mistakes that Jacksonville making. This is a big possession for them right here. If they can get them 3 and out, hey, they one big play away from taking the lead.
Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you by our friends at FNN Bank. Longtime partners of ours here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, service, solutions, and strength. And right now, Jacksonville's offense needing to come up with some solutions for the Anniston defense, because they've gone 3 and out on offense, have the Golden Eagles, for all 3 of their possessions so far in the third quarter. So what do you think Jacksonville needs to do? What do you think they're going to do when they come out on offense here?
They're going to have to get a little bit more urgency right here, because a 6-point game with Anniston is not safe. Anniston can score a touchdown easily, and that ties it up. And you got to understand, Anniston has not converted a 2-point play yet. So, odds are that they probably going to make one, because they're going to continue to go for them. And if you 1 for 4, then chances are that, that 5th time may be the charm. So Jacksonville is going to have to pretty much control this possession and to put themselves in a good position. They're going to have to score right here, whether it's a field goal or whether it's a touchdown. But in order for them to maintain control of the game, they're going to have to score right here.
MVP wings with the kickoff from Jaleel Gray, as it'll be Fisher trying to roll to the near side, trying to get out of trouble, and he gets sandwiched and taken down at about the 29-yard line. So really good special teams coverage. As a little bit of woofing down there along the sideline, and I don't know if there's a flag on the play on the far side. I think Eddie says that there is a flag on the play. Not sure if that was blown during or after the play. But the officials are conferring to see who was the possible guilty party.
Most of the time you get a flag right there. Generally, it's a hold or either a block below the waist.
Right now, the momentum is clearly on the visiting sideline, as Jacksonville really kind of teetering on the edge right now, up just 6.
And Anniston is playing with a calm demeanor right here, so, there it is. That's a hold.
And also looks as if the illegal cut block.
Right.
So both penalties on Jacksonville, so it's going to at least back them up as far as their opening field position of this drive.
Right, and that's what you want to do. You want to play field position, so, if they take the penalty right there, then they'll mark it out from the spot, So I definitely want to back them up, because Anniston defense is playing great right now. They got Jacksonville on the ropes right now.
Well, one of the biggest things right now for the Anniston defense is they've been able to bottle up Jacksonville on first down. By the way, a pleasant evening, mostly cloudy skies, but 72 degrees right now. It's one of the most pleasant evenings we've had all season long through the first, now 4 weeks of the season. Officially week 3 of the 2023 Alabama High School Athletic Association season.
Doing the run, block below the waist on the receiving team. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So the first down, as they'll mark off the penalty yardage. Our third quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Family Prosthetics and Medical Supply. A big thanks to them. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, not only tonight, but all throughout the 2023 season.
Anniston is dominating this third quarter right now, so it looked like
that's one of the worst passes we've seen this evening from Jim Ogle. Just a little bubble screen pass that was short of the mark, incomplete. Starting field position at the 15-yard line. Not sure if that ball just slipped out of his hands or not, but that was about a full yard shy of his intended receiver.
Yeah, it was a one hopper right there, so You know, it look like Jacksonville is just a little rattled right now. You know, they don't know what to do, but, you know, and Anniston is just playing kind of loose, you know, right now. So Anniston's in a position to take this thing. Even though you're behind on the scoreboard, momentum-wise, you're in a position to take it over.
Ogle's quick throw, a little bit high, but reeled in complete to, looks like one of the the third receiver in Emory Young, as he needs the 25 and about 1 or 2 yards shy of the first down. Even that throw by Ogle a bit high that time, as Young had to go up and reel that in. And so we're going to have a stoppage in play. Looks as if an Anniston player a bit banged up.
Got a flag on there.
Also a flag on the play.
Play picks up 6 yards.
So officially a 6-yard gain on the pass completion from Ogle to Emory Young. Haven't called a lot of Emory Young's names so far this evening. So looks as if they'll just wave the flag off, and so it'll be a third down coming up.
Well, it was a sideline warning, so that was that first one. So you give them a warning on the first one. The second one will be a penalty.
So it'll be 3rd and 4, line to reach the 25 for the first down. Ogle will keep up the middle, and he's going to get the first down. And he's going to plow on further, about a couple of yards.
Ogle on the carry.
The David's Appliance first down. First of this second half and the third quarter for Jacksonville, coming with 1:31 remaining in the third quarter.
Jacksonville seems like they're not playing with any kind of urgency right here. So, you know, I think Coach got to light a fire up on them if they want to stay in here, because if Anniston get this ball back, you know, before this quarter end or early in the fourth quarter, it's going to be trouble for Jacksonville.
4-man front for Anniston. Ogle rolls, stops, fires down the field, has a receiver complete. That's Monty Sinclair, and he's going to go 10-5. Give him 6. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Ogle's pass complete to number 12, Monty
Third
Sinclair.
touchdown of the evening. This one going for 74 yards on the combo of Ogle and Sinclair.
And the DB's kind of squatted down. He's in man coverage right there, and they kind of squatted down because they sent a curl route and a guy out. If we see the replay again after the PAT, you'll see just kind of squatted down, and that's part of being a sophomore, though. He got caught in no man's land, you know, looking in the backfield.
Touchdown number 3 on the evening for Ogle in the air. Longest play from scrimmage this evening for Jacksonville, as Sinclair gets his first touchdown of the night. 2-point conversion try. Ogle under pressure. He'll have to be flushed to the near sideline, and he's going to go in on the scramble for the 2-point conversion.
Is good.
So that'll make it now a full 2-touchdown lead, 38-24. As we'll take that Baja California Grill second look, leading us into this timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
With 1 minute.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local, family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
The FNN Game of the Week continues with 1:01 remaining in the third quarter from Jacksonville, as the MVP Wings kickoff will go out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. So that's going to give Anniston good starting field position at the 35-yard line. MVP Wings brings you hour kickoffs, a bunch of kickoffs for both of these teams so far, and Jacksonville's offense getting the job done tonight, and they've gotten it done all season long. They come in a three-way tie for 11th coming into tonight as far as Class 4A and scoring offense, averaging around just a little over 36.3 points per game to be exact.
Well, Coach Jackson did exactly what I would do, playing field position. They kicked it out of bounds, and he's making them re-kick it again because, it helps flip the field position for him right here and gives Anniston a better chance. So, I thought he was going to take it at the 35 at first, but I was like, with me being down 2 touchdowns right now, I want to get close to that goal as I can with the big play players that I have, and if they kick it out of bounds again, I'm going to penalize them again. I'm going to keep letting them back themselves up,
And keep in mind, we've already seen one kickoff return go to the house for Jaden Dobbins, so this is really an obvious choice for Coach Rico Jackson. But give a lot of credit, speaking of big plays, Jacksonville coming up with their biggest play of the evening to at least stop the bleeding that they had on offense for much of the third quarter. A 74-yard touchdown connection for Ogle to Sinclair. A deep kickoff as that's going to be fielded at the 14-yard line for Dobbins. Dobbins taken down from behind, and there you see a good look at some rock-solid special teams tackling by Bryce Allen.
Jaden Dobbins.
The sophomore with
Bryce Allen.
at least good fundamental tackling that time. And that's going to give actually worse starting field position by 14 yards for Anniston.
Absolutely. That kickoff right there flipped the field position for Anniston right there. It looked like that ball may have been going out of bounds. I might have taken my chance on letting it go out of bounds, but that's just a tough situation for him right there, and then when you start and try to reverse field, Jacksonville had 3 guys sitting back on this weak side waiting on him, so, yeah.
Family Prosthetics and Medical Supply present our third quarter. 54.3 seconds to go as Anniston begins their drive at their own 21. Counter give goes to Sykes as he'll maybe get back to the line of scrimmage. There you see Jackson, who's had an outstanding third quarter so far. Also, Landon Wise along the defensive line helping out on the tackle for Jacksonville.
Hey, I tell you, if I were Coach Smith, though, there's no way those 2 receivers out there, I'd have to have a guy over the top. Even though I'm playing man-to-man, I would have to have someone over the top of Jaden Lewis because, he's just a big play guy, man, and that's you putting those guys out there on the island by themselves like that takes a lot of courage right there.
Here's a second down and 11 as Doss tosses it down the field, one-on-one coverage, and that is outstanding coverage by Fisher going up against Dobbins, incomplete.
But there again, it hit him right in the hands. That was a great throw.
Broken up by number 7, Kedrick Fisher.
Yeah, that was good inside positioning by Kedrick Fisher at cornerback to knock it away from Jaden Dobbins.
Hey, and I'm just, even if I'm going to play those guys instead of bump and run coverage, if I'm going to play man, I'm probably going to play some off man, and that way you got a 10-yard cushion on them, maybe inside leverage, force the guy to the outside. But with the speed that they got, I just don't think I would be trying to play bump and run with Anniston because, that's a losing battle. You're going to lose that battle.
Doss under pressure, throwing, and that is caught, but shy of the first down for Downey at the 28-yard line. So 0.5 seconds remain here in the third quarter, and Jacksonville leads 38-24. Both teams have been able to score a touchdown. Actually, both in the air, so let's see what Rico Jackson decides to do here on 4th and a couple.
Well, you're at 4th down. You got a whole quarter with the big play guys. You got to punt that football. I wouldn't go for it right here. You got to punt it because you got a whole quarter that make 2 big plays, and as great as your defense play, and I think they got an opportunity to do it.
Darionte Brooks retreating to punt. Last play picked up 9 yards for Takorian Downey. Play clock down to 1. Snap just does get off as that's a low line drive, but that'll keep rolling and go inside the 30 to the 28-yard line as our third quarter comes to a close. Our third quarter brought to you by Family Prosthetics and Medical Supply, as Jacksonville looking to hold on and pick up their first region win of the year, up 38-24 going into the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter about to get underway as Jacksonville trying to hold on to a two-score lead, up 38-24 here in the final 12 minutes of play from Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville, Alabama. James Hardy and Coach Eddie Bullock and our FNN crew here with you from Jacksonville. We'll be making our way over to Cleburne County as we'll see Cleburne County host Munford for what will be another critical Class 4A Region 4 matchup. 6:30 as always for our countdown to kickoff and 7 o'clock for the kickoff. And we'll be previewing that and a whole lot more Tuesday evening from Struts Swings in Oxford when it comes to the FNN Coaches Show. And you can find all of the action that we provide to you on the FNN 24/7 Sports Channel 1, your home for local high school sports here in our portion of the Yellowhammer State, and really wherever you are watching us from. Jim Ogle has come up big when he's needed to so far in the passing game. 3 touchdown passes tonight, including a 74-yard touchdown pass to Monty Sinclair to answer Anniston's touchdown, a 28-yard touchdown from Gavin Doss to Jaden Lewis. So this is a big drive for Jacksonville to really try and potentially put this game away here as we're starting the fourth quarter now. Ogle. Time breaks down, rolls to the far side, and he'll go up the field and gets the first down as he goes out of bounds.
Number 4, Jim Ogle.
Good, solid play that time by Ogle. Smart play as he'll get his first down from David Supplies. Didn't see a receiver, tucked it and run, and got his first down.
Well, and I'm sure it's in the back of Coach Smith's mind because, last year he gave away the game in the fourth quarter. And, of course, this year he gave I won't say give away, but, they let the game get away from them against handling the fourth quarter. And, so they probably got it on their minds.
Amori Young on the bubble screen pass reception as we have an Anniston player down back at the Jacksonville 45-yard line. It looks like Love Kirby in a little bit of pain down at the actually quite a bit of pain, I should say, down at the 45-yard line. Let's go ahead. We'll step aside here for this injury timeout as we're in the fourth quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Love Kirby gets up, and he's going to trot back to the sideline at the far side. So a good sign to see in this ball game as Love Kirby went down. And looking at some scores around the state, and a big night for Coach Jonathan Miller and the Piedmont Bulldogs as Jonathan Miller picks up his first win at Piedmont, going on the road and winning at Plainview 24-13. So certainly congratulations to Jonathan Miller as far as picking up his first win as the head coach for Piedmont. Certainly a transition period, as we saw a couple of weeks ago when we went up to the Field of Champions as far as the Bulldogs Piedmont's 2023 opener. Here's the give to Zay English as he'll get some solid yards off the left side and advance inside the Anniston 40 to about the 35-yard line. Still the advantage right now, Eddie, is in Jacksonville as far as the momentum, and also more importantly with a 2-score lead. All they really have to do, take care of the ball, not shoot themselves in the foot, and they should be fine getting home with a victory. Here's the keeper for Ogle. Mistake-free football that time as he'll just advance it to close to the first down marker. Needed the 30, and looks as if that he did indeed get the necessary yardage for the first down.
Well, they in their lightning drill right now. I think Coach Smith thinks that they're tired, so he kind of quick snapping, and he thinks Anniston tired. They kind of worn down.
Zay English on the carry as he'll get wrapped up and taken down around the line of scrimmage. Gregory Fegans along with Elston, Quandricus Elston, who's played very well tonight up front for Anniston on the tackle. So actually that was a 1-yard loss, so Elston will officially get that tackle for loss. Back in the ball game is Jackson Bonner, the H-back, as he'll split out as a slot receiver to the near side. Ogle will drop to throw, all day to throw, and fires over the middle, and that's incomplete. Very nicely done by Keviante Johnson, who's also had an active night from his linebacker position, this time on the pass breakup. Had good coverage that time on Monty Sinclair, as it's going to be a 3rd down and long.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm old school coach. If I seen the starting corner, outside linebacker Love Kirby go out, I definitely would be attacking the guy that took his place, because them other guys pretty experienced. But, you know, you got to try to find your mismatches in football. You got to try to find them areas to go to and them guys to pick on, you know.
Here's the delay give going to English as he'll try and go up the middle and try and get clear, as he'll be shy of the first down by a couple of yards. Needed around the 20, maybe just a hair inside the 20.
Well, you're probably going to see Ogle on this one. You're probably going to see him stick it in now, but if I'm a bad man, he's going to pull it and run it himself. He's going to get that first down with his QB right there.
So it'll be 4th down and a couple from just outside the 21-yard line.
They're going to key on Zay English right here now, and it'll be ideal time for him to pull it.
And here's English on the carry off the left side as he needed the 19 or just inside the 20, and he gets more than that out of bounds for the first down. Jaden Lewis helping to run him out of bounds. We have a David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive red zone opportunity for Jacksonville.
Well, he gave it to the running back. I saw one offensive lineman tell him to run it again, so, you know, that's confidence by the coach to do what his linemen say, and, you know, they got the first down right here, and they can still get a first down, you know, before they score.
8-yard gain for English as rolling will be Ogle. Looking to throw, he'll direct traffic and just go out of bounds. Does not put the ball into harm's way that time as he just goes out of bounds for maybe a 1 or 2 yard gain, but more importantly, protecting the football.
And what Ogle want to do on that play now, that's actually a mistake. Instead of running out of bounds, he just want to slide down before he go out of bounds so he can keep that clock running. You know, even though they're in scoring territory, he's still, you know, playing in the Anniston hand by running out of bounds, because that's stopping them from having to use timeouts.
Now they're likely in John Ducar's field goal range here inside the 15. He's already made a 22-yard field goal tonight. This will be the RPO pass complete to Sinclair for the touchdown.
Pass complete to number 12, Devontae Sinclair.
Textbook RPO that time on the 12-yard touchdown pass for Jim Ogle to Monty Sinclair. 4 touchdown passes for Ogle, 2 passing touchdown receptions, I should say, for Sinclair.
Well, and that's a great route right there. He ran a good route. He stuck his foot in the ground, made the guy get outside leverage, and he came back inside. It's just a great pass route right there.
First score of the fourth quarter. Ducar for the PAT. That's up, and that is good. We'll take the timeout. 9:14 remaining in the ball game as Jacksonville now up 45 to 24.
Commissioner, Mr. Lee Patterson.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Entertaining ball game tonight here in Jacksonville as the Golden Eagles trying to pull away tonight from their region rival in Class 4A Region 4. The Anniston Bulldogs putting up a pretty solid fight throughout the night, but Jacksonville making the big plays when they need it as Jim Ogle tonight, 4 touchdown passes, and a couple of those here in the second half. Also, a final score as Rush Probst picking up his first victory at Pell City, 24-16 over Center Point. So Jonathan Miller and Rush Probst getting their first victories with their new programs as it'll be Ducar with the end-over-end kick in and out of the end zone for the touchback.
Kick by Ducar through the end zone.
Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you as always, each and every week, as there you see the MVP Wings kickoff, the Grub Mart providing that 99-cent bag of ice, and quite a high-scoring game. Speaking of, not too far away from here, Sylvania outscoring Ohatchee 64-34 tonight.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there, but I felt like Sylvania, Ohatchee's playing well, but I just felt like Sylvania could go in there and, put up some numbers, and they did.
Well, they put up that and then some. Doss in the shotgun as he'll try and throw, and that gets batted down incomplete. So desperation time for Anniston as we have just a little more than 9 minutes remaining in the ball game.
Well, he has on that particular play, he had Baker at quarterback that time.
Dawson's pass batted down by number 28, DJ Atkinson.
So it'll be second down. Actually, check that. Doss still in the game at quarterback, but you do have Cunningham as the lone setback. Doss pump fakes. Protection breaks down. As Doss trying to create some offenses, he'll dive forward across the 25 to the 26-yard line. Tonight's fourth quarter of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week presented by Bill Stanford Auto in Talladega, home of the Bill deal. So if you need a good vehicle to get for yourself, go down to Talladega and see our man Bill Stanford at Bill Stanford Auto in Talladega. Third down, line to reach the 30 for the first down, as we'll have some early movement and also a loose ball on a bad snap that time, as the ball will be recovered by Doss at his own 10-yard line. Also flags thrown right around the snap as well, as the officials will sort out the situation. We'll find out here in just a second. Jacksonville looks as if they want to decline the penalty. And indeed looks as if another illegal shift penalty declined. As one more final to report, Cherokee County, I think that was the 42-21 win tonight. I think actually matched the semifinal round win last year up in center.
Well, they did an excellent job. Hey, when you got your man Carnejo back there running that football, man, it's just, hey.
A big bruising running back, and speaking of big and bruising, that offensive line, quite possibly, if not the top offensive line in Class 4A this year up in center. A short line drive punt that time by Brooks, as Anniston will field it just across the 30 at the 32-yard line. A homecoming festive evening here in Jacksonville for the Golden Eagles, as they celebrated the crowning of their homecoming queen prior to tonight's matchup. Always interesting as far as scheduling when it comes to homecoming. And I know you brought it up very early in our telecast this evening, Eddie, as far as Jacksonville scheduling rival Anniston for their homecoming this year.
Well, you know, when you play a team, I did that one year playing Sacs. Sacs was #1 in the region, and, you know, we needed a momentum builder. And, you know, the odds were against us to win the game, you know, and we actually went in at halftime leading them, and we ended up losing the football game 22-17. But, you know, it's just tough, man. You know, so I think Coach Smith wanted to get those guys some added momentum by saying, hey, look, we bring them in there for homecoming, and you can't lose. If you lose a game, hey, we're going to have all those people and the community that, you know, they're going to kind of be upset with us, and put a little added pressure on them.
Yeah, that's one of the most underrated little flexes, we'll say, as far as the visiting team when it comes to going into that opponent's homecoming and coming out with a W. But right now, Jacksonville being able to get the big plays that they've needed, especially in the passing game, as English got 4 on first down.
You're probably going to see it on the ground right now unless they just have to, you know, they think Anniston is out of gas right now and they arm tackling.
And check that. Looks as if a new running back in the ball game. Indeed, as Jackson gets the carry. Luke Jackson on the call. Sophomore running back gets his first down carry of the evening. We'll take another look. As that gain from the 31 to close to the red zone. About a 10-yard gain that time for Jackson. Bill Stanford Automotive in Talladega presents our fourth quarter. Jacksonville milking all of that play clock that they can, as we're well under 7 minutes now, approaching 6.5 here in the ball game. Jackson trying to square it off the right side, and he'll fall forward into the red zone. So this will be a red zone opportunity for Jacksonville, thanks to David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive.
And hey, you also want to send a message too, because you know if you win this game and put them away and you meet them later in the playoff, they have to come back to you again, and you know they have that nasty taste in their mouth. You know you don't want to go on the road, and you know it's hard to go in Chink Lot and beat Anniston. You know it's pretty tough down there. You know very few teams, you know, as good as they've been over the past few years, will go in there and beat them. You know, it's just tough.
4-yard gain for Jackson as Sinclair comes in motion. Jackson, one more carry up the middle. Needs to get to the 11 for the first down, and look at that pile go toward the end zone as they're dragging up the pile of humanity into the end zone for the touchdown.
Number 14, Trent Jackson on the carry.
So Jackson, along with about 6 of his buddies, goes right into the end zone for the touchdown.
Hey, now that was something I like they put in. I used to hate it because it works against the defense. You know, I'm a defensive coach, so when we stop them, they get forward progress. But then when you stop them right there and the big lineman and the fullback come in and start pushing them, hey, you know, they get all the progress. You know?
Thanks to Reggie Bush 2005 circa to popularize that move at Notre Dame. Dukar with the PAT, that is good, and we'll take the timeout with 5:36 remaining in the game. Jacksonville 52 and Anniston 24.
Mr. Lee Patterson. Thank you also to the following sponsors this season. The Children's Market.
From Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville, Alabama.
Mark Alvarado Construction.
5:36 remaining until we get to the finish line tonight. We'll be making our way over to Cleburne County next Friday night, and we'll see another Class 4A Region 4 matchup for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week next week over in Heflin. As Cleburne County, a much improved Cleburne County squad coming into this week at 2-0, entering this second week of region play, will host Munford for really both teams a big region game. Last year, that matchup decided the fourth and final team in the playoffs out of Class 4A Region 4.
Catch the coverage of tonight's game and other games.
But right now, Jacksonville has just overwhelmed Anniston here in the fourth quarter. Anniston had cut a 12-point halftime deficit down to 6, but Jacksonville, with that 74-yard touchdown pass from Ogle to Monty Sinclair, got the flood waves going as far as their tidal wave here in the second half.
Well, I think, again, Anniston won the third quarter and Jacksonville come back and win the fourth quarter, and it's just a tale of, two different teams, I think for the most part in the first half, Anniston kind of outplayed them, until the fourth quarter, and then in the fourth quarter they just outplayed them,
Dukar kicks it away out of bounds. So
Dukar
Jackson's touchdown run for Jacksonville of 16 yards out. Dukar, a solid night as far as place kicking, as he's made all of his PATs and opened up the scoring this evening with a 22-yard field goal on Jacksonville's opening drive of the game offensively. So Anniston trying to finish the night off on a positive note. It's really the 28-point margin right now, not anywhere close to indicative of how hard and really how well for most of the game that they've played. There's the give, as we've seen Sykes carry the ball about 2/3 of the time offensively for Anniston, as it'll be Cunningham getting the call this time for minimal yardage. Rico Jackson wanted his team to minimize turnovers, which they have for the most part tonight. Have strong special teams play. Been wildly inconsistent tonight.
Right.
Some bad punts, but also that 67-yard kickoff return by Jaden Dobbins. Clean up the mistakes that they had last week. Kind of a little inconsistent on that, and play hard, which they've done really all night long. Doss under pressure, and he'll dump down, and that's going to be incomplete.
Well, they just had some untimely plays, and that's the thing that has hurt them. It's not the quantity, it's just, when you make those plays, and, they've made the mistakes and the illegal shifts and things at just inopportune times, and they were drive killers, and it's hard to win like that, man. It's like, playing baseball. You make an error, man, and before you know it, you're 3 or 4 runs down. I mean, it's just tough.
It'll be 3rd down and 9 from the 21. And we'll have a whistle and flags on the play.
Flag on the play.
Looked as if some motion that time for Anniston along the line of scrimmage. Indeed, the official, at least first indication, gives us the false start going on Anniston. So it makes it a 3rd down and 14 yards to go. So Anniston's going to fall to 2-2 on the season overall once the final 450 runs out. 1-1 in region play, most importantly, and Jacksonville will improve to 1-1 in region play and go to 3-1 overall. Here's the carry for Sykes as he gets tripped up around the line of scrimmage, gets maybe a couple yards.
Bryce Allen.
This will be a 4th down coming up. Anniston looking ahead for them.
It brings up 4th down.
They'll remain in region play and host White Plains as far as the first of 2 consecutive home games next week. They'll also have a rematch with Piedmont to close out the month, and then just 3 games in October at Handley, home against Talladega, and at Cleburne County. And for Jacksonville, they will next week have a trip to Talladega as part of a 2-game road swing. Also, to close out the month, they'll go to Ohatchee, and then they'll have 3 of their final 4 games in October at home. Cleburne County, White Plains, and Oxford at home, and then October the 13th at Munford. So it looks as if that Jacksonville will put themselves in very good position going down the stretch to secure one of those 2 top seeds as far as Class 4A Region 4. Anniston calls a timeout, and we'll take a timeout with them. 3:43 remaining until we get to the finish line tonight. Jacksonville on top, 52-24. Closing out the final 3:43 of tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you all season long by our friends at Urban Ristique on Highway 78 in Oxford. The vendor mall all under one roof, and you can give them a ring at 256-962-3566. Punting time for Brooks and Anniston. Kind of the spinning punt that time. That'll get across the 40 and right at the 40-yard line. As the Jacksonville Eagles
number 14,
will have a first down and 10.
First and 10
3:31 remaining in the ball game. We haven't talked too much about Clint Smith as far as the job he's done. Really almost like Jonathan Miller was at Sachs High School, Eddie. Just real consistent as far as usually about 8-9 wins or more per year, and you can almost always chalk them up, at least since he's been at Jacksonville, of getting to at least the second round of the playoffs.
Right, he does a good job, man. You know, and it's great to have good people around you, and then have guys that that know the football game and they know what you want to do. It's just great to have those kind of guys around.
Speaking of knowing some football, that's some real determined running for Jacksonville that time from Luke Jackson, or check that, for Jones on the carry that time. Jayden Jones getting his first carry. And yeah, Jackson, at least for Clint Smith here at Jacksonville, they did make, as far as all of those playoff runs, which they've made the playoffs every year since 2013. They were a runner-up, actually made the state championship game in 2019, and really, certainly at quarterback, they have the capability, if they can get hot in the postseason, of doing the same. Give up the middle. Jayden Jones once again on the carry as Jacksonville looking to just run out the clock and enjoy a 4-touchdown win on homecoming. Go ahead.
And you got a lot of the younger guys out there now. I think Anniston still have their starters in on defense, so he's trying to get them young guys some quality reps, because those are going to be some of the guys that's going to be playing next year. So, you want those guys to kind of see what it feel like and, be in the heat of the moment. Get some real live quality reps.
It'll be a second down. More of the bench coming in for Jacksonville. Also a new quarterback in the ball game, as there's a big run off the right side, as getting the carry was Tylen Ellis. The starter along the defensive front, the sophomore, nearly takes it to the house as he gets the first down.
Brought to you by Chick-fil-A of Jacksonville.
There you see Baja California Grill providing another look at that Ellis run for the first down.
That was a pretty good run by a young guy against, some starters, and you want to, like I said, you want them guys to feel good. You want that little running back to come in next year and say, hey, I had this big run, I had this touchdown on Anniston. Even though it was a blowout, I still got it against the starters, And
David's Wrecker Service red zone trip as Ellis gets wrapped up for the loss. That's coming off of his David's Appliance first down run. David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive presenting our Red Zone trips. 24-hour towing, providing you that 24-hour towing whenever you need it in that time of need. Under a minute to go.
I think they're going victory formation now, and the young guys don't know how to do it, so I think he put his older guys back in to do it. So,
just to kind of put a little icing on the cake for this homecoming Friday evening in Jacksonville. There's one knee, and maybe I don't think they'll have to take another snap here as we go under 30 seconds remaining in tonight's ball game. Here you see Bill Sanford Automotive at the bottom right-hand portion of your screen, bringing you our fourth quarter home of the Bill deal, and a good deal this evening for Jacksonville, as despite what the score indicates, they really had to fight off Anniston tonight at home here on homecoming, but Jim Ogle's arm and a lot of explosive plays late in the first half and into the fourth quarter propel Jacksonville to a 52-24 homecoming victory here at Golden Eagle Stadium. We'll begin our postgame and put a bow on tonight's presentation after this.
How can I help you? I was thinking about getting a tattoo. Do I need to make an appointment? No, we take walk-ins every day. Let's find someone to help you. Follow me. Hey, if you'll have a seat right here. Thank you.
Come down to Classic 13, where good tattoos aren't cheap, and cheap tattoos ain't good.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Our final at Golden Eagle Stadium here in Jacksonville at Jacksonville High School. The Golden Eagles of Jacksonville 52 and the Bulldogs of Anniston 24. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and our FNN crew with you as we're awaiting Coach Clint Smith and possibly one of his players to join us. As it was a big night really for both teams. It was an entertaining ball game as Jacksonville was able to pull away down the stretch, especially with a strong fourth quarter. Jim Ogle tonight with 4 touchdown passes and really just cementing even more why he's one of the top quarterbacks in the state in Class 4A.
Well, he took over the game, man. He made, big plays, took care of the football. He didn't throw no interceptions or anything. So he did what he needed to do.
So the alma mater being played as far as Jacksonville High School with all of the members of the Jacksonville High School football team, as well as the cheerleaders, swing in unison when it comes to the Jacksonville High School alma mater. Rock solid performance tonight. We'll go ahead and step aside for this quick break, and we'll have more, including Coach Clint Smith, after this.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to The River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
The Calhoun County Commission made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a bill deal.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Jacksonville Golden Eagles pick up a homecoming victory tonight over Anniston 52-24. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and waiting on Coach Clint Smith to arrive to join us for his post-game thoughts as far as Jacksonville's homecoming victory as they'll improve their record overall to 3-1 and even their Class 4A Region 4 record to 1-1. Anniston will fall to an even 2-2 overall, and they drop to 1-1 in Class 4A Region 4 play. So the road looks favorable down the stretch for Jacksonville as far as the rest of their region games and really much of the rest of their regular season, as we're just moments away from getting Coach Clint Smith with us. Also maybe trying to get another one of his star players with us. Jim Ogle with 4 touchdown passes this evening. Also 2 touchdown receptions for Monty Sinclair, a couple of touchdowns rushing for Zay English for Jacksonville. And for Anniston, they got a couple of touchdowns on the ground from quarterback Gavin Doss. Also a lengthy 67-yard kickoff return by Jayden Dobbins, and Jayden Lewis able to come up with a touchdown reception in the third quarter, what turned out actually to be Anniston's only score of the night, as we are just about moments away here from being able to speak with Coach Clint Smith, as we'll let him put on the headphones here in just a second as he's meeting with a bit of family here. That's a very successful night, especially in a rivalry matchup. this evening. So Jacksonville looking to improve upon an 8-4 2022 season, as they're able to at least bounce back from a tough loss at Handley. And really, Eddie, as we still waiting on Coach Clint Smith to join us, Jacksonville really did what they needed to do tonight, especially at home. Big plays, but that's why you have one of the top quarterbacks in the state on your roster, so when you need him the most to come through, he did so tonight, Jim Ogle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that guy, he has a great arm, but again, he's a coach's son, so, I mean, what more can you expect out of him? I mean, he's not only getting coached up here at high school, he's getting coached at home at the dinner table, night before he go to bed. So, I know that's what I've done with my son. So, hey, I'm not surprised that he's as good as he is.
Looks as if Coach Clint Smith is talking with some reporters down along the field, but we'll be able to get to him shortly. Looking ahead as far as this week when it comes to our high school coverage here on FNN, the Tuesday Night Coaches Show from Struts Wings in Oxford. Yours truly, Jim Jacobs, Joe Medley, and a whole lot of others. As we're ready for our first participant with us, star quarterback Jim Ogle with us. As you get settled in, Jim, first off, congratulations on a big win tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just kind of describe for us what went on, especially a big second half, and really you and the rest of your teammates made some big plays in that second half to get you to victory.
I think we came out in the first half and we played decent. We went in halftime, we had some momentum, but I think we came out flat. I think we had 3 or 4 straight 3-and-outs. We came out flat, like I said, but I think we found a way to pound it. And like I was talking about down there, that last play where I think we had 12 yards after contact for the touchdown run, I think that, we're talking about our team identity, I think that play describes it right there, and that was huge.
Well, I was going to ask you a question, Jim. How did you feel in the third quarter when you came out and you had possession, you had scored twice, and then you came out and you went 3-and-out? What was your mindset?
It's frustrating, but I don't necessarily think we were screwing up. We had some miscues. We didn't hold on to some blocks like we needed to. But like I said, we didn't let it define the rest of the second half. We came out after those and we got some touchdowns going.
How big, as far as that 74-yard touchdown pass late in the third quarter, especially with Anniston scoring on a touchdown pass of their own prior, how big was it a play that was as far as changing the momentum in your favor?
Right, that was huge. That could have very easily just turned, like you said, they just scored. That could have very easily turned into them having momentum and us getting another 3-and-out. But we did what we needed to, and we got that long touchdown, and that got everybody fired up, especially our defense. That helped our defense out a lot, getting that long touchdown and getting the crowd involved into it. And like I said, it was huge and gave us the rest of my momentum.
And then lastly, when your offense is clicking on all cylinders, how good is the potential as far as this offense?
I think the potential is big. I'm going to leave that up for you guys to say. But I think if we're clicking on all cylinders, we can do some special things this year.
Jim, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jim Ogle, quarterback with 4 touchdown passes this evening, as we'll change it over from Ogle. As Coach Clint Smith, I hear you, Coach. Certainly congratulations on a big win tonight.
Thank you. Just really proud of our guys and the way they competed. I thought a big turning point was right before the half when we were able to get that score, and it kind of changed the momentum a little bit. Third quarter was back and forth, and then fourth quarter we kind of, picked things back up. But I thought we did a really good job of, establishing ourselves, and it's a great win, great region win.
Well, Coach Smith, this Coach Bullock, congratulations. And I want to ask you a question. What was your mindset, or what was your thinking knowing, I'm going to take you back to last year, when y'all were leading Anniston, and I think you kind of had the game under control, but right there at the end you kind of let it get away, and they were actually able to score and win the game. And then last week, we kind of kept up with you against Handley.
Right.
And you was going back and forth, and I looked, and, the score was 24-20. And then I didn't check it again until the end, and then they actually came back and were able to win the game. But how did that affect you tonight, coming in, playing Anniston again,
Well, here's the thing. They're so explosive. They got so many guys that can take it the distance at any time. So, You know, it's really you're never far enough ahead. You know, with like special teams, they had some couple big returns and had one for a touchdown, and you know, that kind of thing. So I mean, the biggest thing was, we did talk a little bit about that, and about how we did have it, last year, and we just wanted to make sure we came out and set the tone in the second half. And like I said, it went back and forth the third quarter, but they did a really good job. They got great athletes, they got good size, and it was just a good win, big win. And I think our guys just wanted to make sure that this one didn't get away from us like last year. So big game, big playoff type atmosphere. Huge win for region standings, and so I'm just proud of my guys and my coaches for the game plan and for the way we played tonight.
And I got one more question. I told James up here that normally when a team's scheduled for homecoming, it's usually some kind of philosophy. I see you laughing now. It's some kind of philosophy behind it, because I've done that in the past, and you and I have had some battles. So if you want to share it with me, share it with me. And if you don't, I understand.
There was really, I really like to try to play homecoming during a non-region week, if at all possible.
Absolutely.
But this week, or next week, in 2 weeks, I guess, our non-region game is Ohatchee, and it's on the road. So, that kind of took that out. And with homecoming and all the festivities and stuff, you don't want to kind of get into the second half of the season, when all the things are really coming to fruition about playoffs and things like that. So we try to do it that first, 3, 4, 5, and this was just kind of where it fell. So there was no intent or anything like that.
Okay.
But we just it's just where it had to be, and and it's always crazy this time of week, and this time of year when you have homecoming, but. I don't know. I don't even know who won king or queen or anything like that, which float won. All I know is we won the football game, and I'm just proud of our guys and our coaches.
Okay.
And, Coach, one more thing before we let you go. Obviously, basically a brand-new facility. You'll have revamped Golden Eagle Stadium in the offseason. Great atmosphere tonight. Just kind of describe what it's like for your team to play in this type of atmosphere.
Well, we're just excited for our team and our community and the people of Jacksonville. This is a great facility. The turf and the new visitors bleachers. I know our visitors enjoy those. We expanded those and made those really nice. And, the new bathrooms down on this end. And really the track, during track season, that's going to be, really big for our track kids, being an 8-lane, regulation track with all the bells and whistles that go with it. So, soccer plays on it, youth league football plays on it. So there's a lot of people in Jacksonville get to enjoy this beautiful stadium, and we're proud of it. And, it's a good to come in here and get that first homecoming win on the new turf. So it's hopefully we'll get a lot more.
Coach, congratulations and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Coach Clint Smith joining us as we wrap things up here at Golden Eagle Stadium. Your final thoughts, Eddie?
Well, I think it was a great play game. Like I said, it was a tale of actually quarters, not halves. I think, they kind of nip and tuck the first quarter, and then I think, Anniston kind of took over the early part of the second quarter, and Jacksonville finished it off, and then Anniston came back and won the third quarter, and of course Jacksonville came back and won the fourth quarter, and it just ended up on who won the last quarter. And it was a great fall ball game. Kudos to both teams, and I think both of them going to do great in the playoff.
And there you see all the folks that helped make the FNN High School Football Game of the Week possible. As we depart from Jacksonville, Alabama, Golden Eagle Stadium, be sure to stay tuned throughout the week coming up on the FNN when it comes to our Tuesday night coaches show from Struts, Wings, and Oxford, and then back with you next Friday in Heflin for Cleburne County and Munford. So for all of our FNN crew, for Jim Jacobs and for Coach Eddie Bullock, James Hardy signing off as our final score once again at Jacksonville 52 and Anniston 24. Once again, the FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you tonight by Southeastern Utility Services.